Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're doing commentary on the kid. Dati mihi Anglican praise verbis Latino.
Good morning. Good morning. Good to have you all here. Top of the morning to you. Welcome, welcome. Please take your seats. Thank you. Come on in. Everyone, down in front, down in front. Bring the jury. Yes, are we there yet? Are we there yet? I'd like to give a special shout out and welcome to Danielle Murray, another one of our repeat offenders. First in chat this morning, Danielle. Thank you so much for being first in chat, for breaking the ice and letting everyone else know that the water's fine. Come on in. You're welcome to lurk today, as is always allowed. But we'd also welcome you to contribute in chat. I was kickback, taking it easy. It is only Tuesday today. It seems like we've been here for a long time, but it's only Tuesday. It might be a long week. Thank you, Mr. Harpootlian. Okay. Good morning. Good to have you here. Fantastic show last night with JT Bruce Crime and Brandy Churchwell. If you guys missed it, the Lori Daybell Vallow, they covered the opening statements yesterday. Did a great job. I personally preferred the 1.5 speed that they had it on. I didn't realize at one point that it was on high speed. I thought they were on regular speed, but no. Apparently, I guess her defense lawyer is painfully slow of speech. Very deliberate. Slow of speech sounds like it's an insult. No, I don't mean that. His speaking style is slow. And painfully such. And I don't know what it would be like to listen to him on the regular speed, but it was great. I was up to about midnight listening to them. They did a great job. Big shout out to them. And JT, I don't know how you're up this early, honestly, knowing what you do. As always, we'd love to hear from you. We missed you yesterday, so not sure if you're available this morning, but. Let's see. We've got a few people in chat. Squirrel, Red Pen, Charles. Charlene Suloff, welcome. Judy, Rhoda Allen. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do like the top 100 roll call. Like the first 100 people in chat get on the roll call. And that's about it. I'm not sure if I can do all, 1,500 people that show up by the end of roll call. Miss Priss, member for 3 months, says, Recovered at Gosh, this channel's growing fast. That's the only channel I ever gift memberships on. Money well spent. Miss Priss, thank you so much. Your support means everything to us.
Back, taking it easy.
Denise Feldman-Ersland is here. JT Brews Crime, we got you. Thank you so much. Shears Wag, TLC Bell, Spicy Lady, Anita Wells, Red Pen, I see you there. Rhonda McCaw, good morning, everyone. Andrea Cash, Samantha Terry. Here, look at this. Goodman Law Firm. Nicole, you're up early. You're up early, knowing you're out there by the West Coast. It's very early for you. Good to have you here. We'd love to hear your input if you're available today as well. Katrina is here. Shay Patrice.
Going to address subject matter jurisdiction.
We probably should do that, Mr. Brooks. Judy is here. Michelle Johnson. Sweet Faces. Good morning. Pampered Glamper. Carol Williams. Diane Hilly.
Taking it easy.
Gleaves H. DSN. Red Pen. We got you there. True Crime. Shining Light. Shay Patrice. Susie. Got a couple mods here. Katrina. Matthew Harris. Let's see. Matthew Harris. Oven Mitts. The oven mitts. Let's see if the judge puts mitts on her. That's an awesome merch idea, Matthew. I don't know what would say, like too hot to handle. What would you put on the other than your logo? That I'm intrigued.
I'm not a cat.
Elsie Gonzalez, welcome. Kiefer TX, Sheila H, Melanie Krista, Rhonda Allen. Oh, we've got another one here. Queen Olive, 3-month membership or multiple month. I think it's 3 months. Yes, it's your 3 months anniversary member. Thank you so much, Queen Olive. Appreciate that. Tam Hernandez, French Fry, Don, Tracy Thompson. Let's see who I missed here. Gail Pett. Crochet Addict, good morning from Tennessee. Good to have you here. Ted Lewis live. Look at this. Serendipitously. Did I say that right? Serendipitously. Jazzy. Hasn't the prosecution already proven she was not insane legally? Well, I would say if you're a member of the jury and you feel that they've already proven it, then they've done their job. But it really isn't decided if they've proved it or not until it goes to the jury. And the jury comes back and rules that, well, if she's guilty, then, well, first they have to rule and see if she's insane or not. And if she is insane, then they're done. If she's not insane, then they get to rule on her guilt. So I guess we'll have to wait for the jury for that decision officially. But it sounds like to you, Jazzy, and to me as well, that she does not appear to be insane. Cupcake, good morning. Now, that being said, we have some testimony coming up here this week. We're going to start getting into some pretty lengthy testimony from experts with some pretty heavy cross-examination as well. That's going to be coming up soon, I think starting this week. Judy is here, Gail Pett, Samantha Terry. Welcome, welcome. Pete Stone, Christy Aiken, Spicy Lady. Buffy Bot says, I'm here. Mama Bear. It's okay to lurk. That's all right. Mimi Kitty. All right. I don't know. I don't know where to draw the line as far as the first 100 people in chat. I'm probably not there yet. So I'll just say good morning to all of you. It is so good to have you here. Looks like I might be tardy to the party. Just a little bit. I was working with a setup here, which was not quite what I wanted it to be.
Taking it easy.
But we'll get there. Let me get the WebEx pulled up here again. Just 1 second. We have an hour. Well, we have 42 minutes. 52 minutes, sorry. I can do math in the morning. 52 minutes before court begins. And so we can answer some questions and go over some of the things you observed in the last day of testimony. Harley was probably one of the most interesting parts of yesterday and her testimony. I'd love to hear different questions and opinions. If you have those, welcome to put those in chat. We'll take a look at that. I will say I'm struggling to keep up with the burner phone. It was extremely popular, and now it does take several hours to respond to the messages I get every day, and I'm falling behind, and the messages are not slowing down. So for all those of you who reached out to me via the burner phone and have not received a personalized message, I'm truly sorry. I tried to do that for as long as I could, but now even opening up the burner phone application can take 30 or 40 seconds just to load all the messages. Which is a bit cumbersome to switch through and respond to everything. I'm still going to try to respond to what I can, and I do appreciate all the contacts you've reached out to me on, and I've had all sorts of tips and advice and amazing pictures of everything from food to pets and beautiful sunsets and everything else. Thank you for all of it. I really appreciate it. Okay, let's see. Good morning, Nicole. Good to have you here. Let's see. There's everyone taking a seat. Let's see. Switch to my laptop, hoping it makes the chat easier. Yes, we tried yesterday. I tried to shuffle around. I apologize. It gave everyone a whiplash, but I tried to shuffle around the views a little bit, where my face was located, where the Harley, or sorry, not Harley, but the Letecia cam was located on the live stream. I realized that helped the people who watch on the big screen and have the live chat active as an overlay on top of the video. Unfortunately, it does not work well for my feed here, because it makes it so that for me to watch what I'm doing, it makes me look like I'm looking off screen, which is really confusing to everybody. And then it also puts a camera that I really want to watch hidden behind my camera right here, because I can't see my own face because of where everything's positioned. So I'd have to reorganize my whole room to do that. So I am switching back to the traditional view today, and I do apologize for the whiplash that way. But we'll be there as soon as it goes live. Let's see, we joining the webinar. Looks like nothing is happening yet. Just getting everything pulled up. Right over here. Okay, so just make sure everything's working. There it is. Oop, I need to do instant switch. So no feeds coming in. We're good. We're all set up. We'll have the defendant cam running as well. Okay, let's see. Have we got a new emoji? Sharon McDonald, yes. It was supposed to say land the plane, and it's not. I'm not sure if it's like a flying fish. What does it look like to you? Does it look like an airplane? I realize you can sort of read land the plane on it if you squint at the screen, but let's see. Okay. Birthdays and anniversary today? Yeah, if anyone does have a birthday or anniversary, we'd love to hear it. Call it out this morning. Now is the appropriate time. We try not to do it actually during trial once everything begins, but as we're just getting up to speed right now, this is the decompression time as we prep for whatever heavy evidence we're going to hear today. Last Poet, congrats to the recovery addict. All of our friends and fellow addicts, enjoy the ride. Thank you very much, Last Poet. I'd love to see that 3-month mark next to your name at the Green Courthouse. Appreciate your continued support. Let's see. Looking for your comments. If you can flag me like Michelle Johnson did here on your questions, that'll be easiest for me to find your question. Oh, Casey, right here. Casey Aiton. Thank you very much for this question. Was there video outside the Pensacola Hotel? This is a couple people asked this question, both on my video after the fact and during chat that I didn't get to, and I apologize for that. But we saw the video when they checked into the first hotel, right? When Harley comes in with the dogs, she just walks right past the check-in, heads to the elevator as if she's already checked in, just headed to her room, heads up. They already know what the room number is, I believe, because she went to that elevator and went up and knew where to go. And then her mom comes in later and does the actual check-in, and then they meet up and go into the room. And they do that because they didn't want to pay the extra fee for the pets or the extra person in the room. So that's, and on top of that, she also claims that she's with the Ford Motor Company and gets a corporate rate on the rental. So she was getting a really, really good deal on that. That being said, we saw the videos from the first hotel, but the second hotel, which is what the prosecution believes where she stayed when she dumped Gannon's body over the bridge in the suitcase. And that supposedly happened at night while Harley was sleeping. And people are asking, where's the video from that hotel? And I haven't seen it. I don't know. I realize that not every hotel has video of every doorway, of every elevator, of every access point. And it's possible that Letecia, seeing that there were not cameras, chose that point to do it. But it's a little inconvenient that doesn't exist. For me, I would love it if that video did exist that showed exactly when she left, and she left by herself. I do believe she did it by herself. I don't think that Harley had anything to do with that. I think her testimony was quite accurate and true. But it would have been nicer had there been footage of that. I haven't seen any footage or heard any testimony of it existing, though. All right, Harley was a shining star yesterday. She did a great job. I hope the judge decides to have Ellis's hands shackled under the table. VC, the judge bored a hole through Letecia with his eyes the entire day yesterday. Nothing she did escaped his notice, and it helps that she's right in front of him now.
Awesome coverage.
And she's
God bless you. Who
was it that said that? Who said y'all? Thank you, Victoria Rose. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate the super chat and your support. Let's see. Okay. What behavior would be seen from LS if she were insane, do you think? Maisla, I think the behavior we'd see from LS would probably be more in line with the questions that we heard from the prosecution at the end of Harley's testimony. When he's saying, have you ever seen your mom do this? Does she refer to herself in different names? Does she not know who you are? And, just all those different, he went through a huge long list of questions that cover a lot of the symptoms that she is claiming.
Good morning, son.
That are symptoms that should exist if the mental illness she's claiming existed. There should be some sort of symptom there that would exhibit itself in one of those ways. And it just hasn't presented itself that way. So I don't think her behavior would be there, would support her claim. Missing people, thank you so much for the good morning, son. Good morning to you as well. It's good to be here. Let's see. Who says, let's see. I don't agree Harley knew nothing. I do feel really bad for her position in life. It seems quite difficult on the stand than TikTok. Gigi, I can see that if you're looking at her TikTok and how she presents, then how she presents on the stand. But as a content creator myself, I can tell you that that it's very common for people to not show their worst attributes on their live streams. Okay. Like when I cough and sneeze, I mute myself. I don't want you guys to hear that. Now, maybe that's just being polite, but in real life, I cough and sneeze. You guys don't hear me do it, and I might be off camera when it happens. But me in real life, you'd be surprised because I cough and sneeze a lot. It has to do with the allergies, whatever I want to blame it on. But when I present myself on social media, I'm going to try to make that not be apparent. And so I realized that Harley has a channel where she does her best to look and sound and come across her best, and that's different than this. But social media and testifying against your mom in against a murder charge are very different, and so I give her quite a bit of latitude on that. It would make my life if the judge walked in with his Craftsman drill and put a bolt in. I'd be listening for the drill sounds. Ruby Roo. Let me fix this for you. Can you believe I finally think someone is guilty, says S. Texas. It's awesome. I do love that there are several people in here that that by default give the defendant a lot of latitude and
Mary Kay just sent a super sticker with 19.99.
Mary Kay, thank you so much. You are wonderful. I appreciate your support. That is a wonderful super sticker. Says, thanks for being you. Thank you for being you, Mary Kay, and thank you for being here. I was saying I love that people come in here and say, they really have to prove it. The prosecution has to convince me beyond reasonable doubt. That is the standard. That is the standard we all should have when we look at a case and say, at this point, the defendant is not guilty, because they have not been proven guilty. And I love that people come in here and adamantly support that, because that is what the system is based on. I've acknowledged this before. I realized that my standard for taking action as a juror, as a potential juror, me being able to vote and say, I believe this person is guilty.
Princess Buttercup says, good morning and your awesome red heart lobster paw prints dog bone face with money symbols on the eyes and tongue face rolling on the floor laughing. Some pickles, win.
Some pickles is spicy maple bourbon pickles and win. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Bite me. Give Buttercup a pat for me. Hope she's doing just fabulous this morning. Holly coming in with 5 gifted memberships as well. Congratulations to those who win. And Holly, thank you so much for your support. It looks like those went to VC, Christy Aiken, Lisa Hogan, Miss L, and Madison Hildebrand. Congratulations to the new members, and thank you so much, Holly. Let's see. R.A. Addict says, big day today, the 117th anniversary of the 1906 San Francisco earthquake. And my 69th birthday. The city survives. Love to all. R.A. Addict, happy birthday. It's wonderful. I didn't see anyone else's birthday or anniversary get shouted out today, so it might just be that I missed it. Dale, good morning from Montreal. Good to have you here. Love that you're a new subscriber. Please feel welcome. Let's see. Anyway, I was saying I love the contrary opinion that you're presenting, and your skepticism in believing things.
Kick back, taking it easy.
I'm kicked back, taking it easy. I don't see anyone else's birthday. We'll give it just a minute to see if there's anyone else who has a birthday other than others. Who had the birthday? It disappeared. Where's the birthday go? Please. Happy birthday to. The name just escaped me just a second ago. I had it on my screen. I thought I'm going to remember that, and now it's gone. Oh, there it is. R.A. Addict. Oh, it's a tough name to remember. So, R.A. Addict. That's why I couldn't remember it. I'm like, I don't know what their name is. It's apparently my name. It's not my birthday, though. It's not my birthday. My birthday was last month. J Girl, thank you very much for the super chat. For some reason, if there's no words next to it, it doesn't announce. But thank you so much for the super chat and welcome. Sun Day as well, longtime listener, first time subscriber. Wonderful, Susan Day. It's Susan Day. Sorry, I called you Susan. I think it's Susan. Good to have you here. I'm glad to see you in chat as well. Tony Schaefer gifted a membership this morning as we're getting going. That went to Colio 5. Colio5, congratulations. Karina Chasm says, I subscribed during the DB trial, stayed on during the Parkland trial, and now this. Congrats on blowing up on YouTube. Love from Malaysia. Karina, I think you're the first person to announce they're from Malaysia, which is awesome. We have people from all over the world, New Zealand, Australia, Malaysia, South Africa, Germany, Norway, Scotland. I think we've got some Ireland. I know we do. Denmark.
Yeah, like Murdoch stole it.
Definitely Canada, Mexico, United States. Not sure if we have any from South America other than Mexico, as far as like South America, the continent. But I know we have south of the United States of America. But let's see. Please finish your thought on your default as a potential juror. Okay, Jennifer Peru, I do apologize. I was saying as a default juror, we should approach the case with the mindset that the defendant is innocent unless proven guilty. Not until proven guilty, as they say on cops, but unless proven guilty. They are innocent unless the state proves them guilty. And many people coming in here with their opinions are hold fast to that and hold fast to the idea that if there is reasonable doubt specifically, then they will not convict. Personally, I have found that my threshold for convicting seems to be lower, and I don't have an explanation for this. I really don't. I don't have an explanation other than that I seem to be more willing to accept circumstantial evidence than the majority of people, and I don't know why. It just for me I've told the story about the puzzle piece. If you're missing one puzzle piece in a puzzle, even if I've never seen the picture of the puzzle, I can tell you pretty much what goes in there. For me, that's how circumstantial evidence works. I see what's around it. I can tell what's inside, and that makes sense. I was going to share a completely unrelated thought. Thank you, Jennifer. Hopefully that answers, finish the thought. I wasn't sure if that was exactly where I was going with that. But I was going to share a couple things. I was actually talking with my family as we ate breakfast this morning, and a random thought came to mind. I thought I'd share it with you guys as well, since you're like extended family. There are two like little sayings or quotes that I remember from growing up that really shaped a lot of how I think and how I who I am. The first one was a little saying that says, "To keep a marriage full of love, when you're wrong, admit it, and when you're right, shut up." That is probably why I talk so much in my marriage. No, my wife is amazing, but that for me has been an approach for arguments and disagreements a lot. Is that continuing to hash over things doesn't help. When you're wrong, admit it. When you're right, shut up, and that helps a lot. The other one, and I'm going to butcher this. I apologize to anyone who speaks Norwegian, but the other one was on a little plaque that was hand painted by my grandmother. And it's in the Norwegian style of decorative painting, which if you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. But in my best Norwegian, which is awful, and I probably am adding or subtracting words that should be in there, it says something to the effect of "Sitte fred men sitte lenge, huskan oga og trenge," which means sit in peace, but don't sit too long. Remember others have need. And that plaque hung on our bathroom door. And between those two sayings, they were really influential in my life as far as how I am. Let's see. Tiffany Lehan, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here as a new member. I love the profile picture. That's that cute little kid. I need a TV in the bathroom, says Brooke. That's awesome. I heard Harley's nursing school in Raleigh. She is in North Carolina. I don't know if it's Raleigh. We have quite a few options if you're into nursing school in North Carolina, which is where I am. So that does not surprise me that she's here pursuing her education for that. Let's see. That's a great quote, says Sheila. I learned how to say it long before I learned what it meant. Or I think I know how to say it. It probably was not Norwegian, whatever I just said, but that's what it sounds like. Accent on point, says Amanda G. I faked it well enough. I know there are a couple people that speak Norwegian in chat, and they're shaking their head and just saying that was not it. That was not it. What soundbite is the dead horse? I think exclamation point horse is the one that does that. I petitioned to remove the horse command. Its triggers use as hold your horses. Lurking from England, welcome. I don't speak the language, but it sounded great to me. I think it sounded like great Norwegian to anyone who doesn't speak the language. To anyone who does speak the language, they're saying, nope, that wasn't it.
There's a lawsuit.
Don says, I'm Norwegian, and my grandmother used to say that. Maybe it's a Norwegian, like a, what do they call it when there's a little saying that's specific to the country.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Between that and telling the story about the three billy goats gruff in Norwegian, those are things like
JT Brews Crime Take 2.
JT Brews Crime Take 2. Welcome. Good morning. How are you awake at this hour?
I am awake because I have a full-time job on top of the other stuff.
How do you do that? Oh my goodness. For those that don't know, JT Brews Crime
just sent a super
hang on just
sticker
1 second.
with 4.99.
Thank you, Sherry Skelton. For those that don't know, JT is the busiest man on the internet. I think you're involved at in some level, an integral level, in like 5 podcasts. You spend most of the day here with us, and then you prepare for everything else. I don't know when, and then you go live. Is that pretty much your day?
I really I sit back on my ADHD and the ability to focus on more than one thing and not at the same time.
Yeah, ADHD is not a weakness. If this is your life, that is amazing.
Right. No, you're right. There are definitely 5 shows, and the live streaming with Brandy, because she's been kind enough to let me both help her out and join her. So it's an honor to do that, and it's an honor to be able to call in to you, but also talk to all these wonderful people in this community, because there is nothing like it in the true crime trial, et cetera, really on the internet. I haven't found it in 5 years.
It is amazing. This community here is something that is an anomaly online. Really, it does not exist other places. You guys, it is.
I was telling some folks, in the beginning of my podcasting career, I actually encountered a lot of toxicity, and I just backed out for about a full year off of social media and podcasting, but I came back. I'm glad I did, or I wouldn't have found you guys. So I'm happy about that. I didn't have anything else to really add. I just wanted to say, hello, I am still awake, and congrats on the 14.4.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I know you had something to say yesterday, and we, right when you called in, the judge came back from break a couple minutes early, I think. And so I'm like, JT, we got to cut it short. And you're like, look, this is the only time I have during my day to call. So I do appreciate you returning the call. But
yeah.
But no, you guys.
Priorities. That's the trial.
Yeah. It's you guys are. I will say I listened to the entire live stream yesterday, which usually I can't, because if you go like 2 a.m. in the morning, I've got like a hard stop, because I do have to wake up in the morning and get ready myself. Right. But I was able to listen to the whole thing. You guys did a great job covering the opening statements, and I goaded you into taking another witness or so afterwards. So I do apologize for doing that.
No, it's fine.
But
we're glad you did. We really are. We learned a lot from those first 2 witnesses, and tonight we'll be on at 8:45 again. It'll be primarily Brandy tonight, but we'll be talking about today's audio.
That's awesome. I'm gonna, if I can, I'd love to try to link people to your live stream, and I don't know how to do that. Maybe you can help me on the YouTube side. I'd love to send people over here, because quite honestly, our audiences are very similar. You guys have a lot of fun. It's a later show, and so you have a little more fun than we do on this one with a daytime show. But I love it, really. You guys do a great job. It's a lot of the same people that Brandy sent my way and I've sent your way, and there's just some great interaction. So I'd highly recommend that channel. You guys do great. So I'll do what I can to recommend that as well.
Sure, yeah, and I'll set up the stream, and I can forward you over the link to the direct video for tonight. Other than that, going to Brandy's page and going to the live tab is the best way to do it.
Yeah, that's awesome. And you can see that. Anyone in chat can just type !Brandy, spelled Brandi, and that will pull up her link on our page, and you can just click the link from there. You'll get right over there. So
That's perfect. Well, I don't want to take any more of your time up. I am going to get back to work.
JT, I have to say,
I'm not sure what I'm going to work on.
I'm going to be calling you because I watched what you did with Brandy's live stream and how just amazingly polished it looks, and I'm going to need some tips myself. So I'll be talking to you soon, so you can help me out if you can. That would be great. So
okay.
Thank you very much. We'll talk to you later, my friend.
All right. Goodbye.
Spice
See
Girls
you,
forever. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. JT and I shared a little joke yesterday about the Spice Girls. I ran into one of them over in England when I was shopping at a Tesco. Anyway, Heather Barnett says, recovery addict, a famous Judge Judy, quote, don't pee on me and tell me it's raining. That is a good one. Judge Judy is a replica of my grandmother growing up. I love it. Love her. She has some great lines. Color Me Abstract says, I rescue dogs. Does RAC members text first in chat before non-members? Nope, I see them all. I do not filter chat by members or non-members. Obviously, if you flag me like Heather did, it shows up in orange on my screen, so you can see right over here. It shows up in orange, but all the texts, whether so yours, Color Me Abstract, was right here, so it did show up in gray, but it doesn't matter. I see them all. You don't have to be a member to chat or to have your comment read. Be Kind says, do you pull out the Christmas tree on Christmas Eve and sing around the tree in Norwegian style? Yes. And growing up, the Christmas tree was decorated with a long string of Norwegian flags as well. That was tradition. I don't remember the Norwegian songs. There are quite a few Norwegian songs to sing and dance around the tree doing, but we did that. RAC's everyone, unlike the judge, Amanda. Waiting for the court to get a feed. I just want to make sure this is working. We have about half an hour, so we have time. Circumstantial evidence is, in most times, more reliable than eyewitness evidence. Gail Pett, thank you for this comment. I do know, for me, the thing that helps me relating to circumstantial evidence and my seemingly eagerness to accept it, or over-eagerness in some cases, is that the definition or the instruction that the judge will frequently give the jury, where they say the law gives no distinction between circumstantial and direct evidence. That there's no, this is heavier than that, or this should be weighed better than the other. There's no distinction in the law. Circumstantial evidence is evidence, just like direct evidence is evidence. And for me, that's enough to convince me. You don't think the puppies would have sniffed this suitcase? Who says that? Mary Russell. Great question. We heard one little bit, because yes, I think they would have. But we heard one little bit from Harley at the very end. I think it was in the redirect. Love you. See, Mrs. R.A. In the redirect of Harley, she told us that during the trip, her mom, kept the air conditioning going, even though it was freezing in the car. This is still winter. They're driving across country. It was really cold. She kept the air conditioning going to blow fresh air in. And she also kept feeding the dogs CBD treats. So kept them high to calm them down. So I believe those two things together were done in an effort to not let it be smelled. And we don't know, because we haven't seen what was in the suitcase. We don't know how it was packed. We don't know if there was some way that it was wrapped or encased that would have prevented just open airflow from spreading around. There could have been tarps. There could have been, a couple things that would have sort of limited that smell. Okay. Bonnie says, hello, I'm new to this channel. Your channel was suggested by someone in the Stauch support page on Facebook. I'm also a recovering addict, 4 years clean. Bonnie, congratulations on 4 years. Let's hear for 5. Congratulations and thank you for sharing that. We support addicts here on this page in their recovery, in their road to sobriety. So thank you very much for being here. Let's see. Sent you a Swedish prayer to burner phone. See if it sounds familiar. Off to work, Bella. I'm going to have to take a look at this. I'm not good at reading foreign languages. Let's see. Okay, it's audio. Let's see if I can play this.
Vi nam till bort vi go efter trycka på gestor. Gud till lära afghan safobi ma yesenam. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for sharing that Swedish prayer. I honestly do not know what it means. I heard the amen at the end. That's it. But she says, good morning. I worked with the dementia Alzheimer residents in Colorado for 5 years before moving to Florida. This is Linda, who's passed away, who would recite this prayer to me every morning. Bella, thank you so much for sharing that with us. That is awesome, that Swedish prayer.
I control the conduct of people in this courtroom, including you. Best comment ever. Face rolling on the floor, laughing, backhand index finger with medium light skin tone pointing up. Blowfish.
Blowfish. That's a new one, Cakesby. The blowfish was a new one. Yes, the judge's comment to Letecia, this would be Monday, where he first said this, and he restated that again Tuesday. He said it on Friday, and then he restated it Monday, that I control the conduct of people in this courtroom, including you. He will be in control. He will not allow the courtroom to be mocked like that. Okay, I realize I need water.
Beverly Knights just sent a super sticker with 4.
Thank you, Beverly. The system is going slowly. There it is. There's your super sticker. There's the mug. There's the reminder. Let me get the mug out, and that's your warning. If the audio of the water being poured triggers you, you might want to step away from the headphones for just a minute.
Kick back, taking it easy.
All right, water is poured, and it's delicious, and the laptop is safe, so we're good. Kitty kitty bing bing. I love a man that calls his wife Mrs. The Mrs. Ryan Apple Snapple says, I'm new to your channel. I already love the vibes. Ryan Apple Snapple, good to have you here. Appreciate you popping in. Hope you do find it fun and come back often. Share your ideas. Roxy Moser just gifted a membership because she's Roxy. That's what she does. It looks like that went to Dutchy. Congratulations, Dutchy. Thank you, Roxy, as well. Okay, what's the hot mic? Who said that?
And now let Murdoch stole it.
Alex Murdoch stole it. If that makes any sense to anyone about dependent on circumstantial evidence,
thank you for covering
ourselves.
This trial in a respectful way.
Just relying. Laurie, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I do think that Gannon deserves the coverage, and he deserves the coverage in a respectful way, and that's what we're trying to do here. But I appreciate that, and thank you for your support. Kathleen, I think there was probably an earlier comment that I'm trying to find the other half of. Let me see if I can find that scrolling up here. There it is. I think, here it is. Recovery Addict, I think some relying more on circumstantial evidence might be because we've had to learn to be more critical thinkers in our daily lives and make decisions ourselves, thinking for ourselves. And then part 2 of that was right here. If that makes sense to anyone about depending on circumstantial evidence and thinking for ourselves, not just relying on physical evidence. Yeah, I agree. I think critical thinking skills, everyone has them to different degrees, but I think in this case with circumstantial evidence, I think the thing that separates most people, sorry, my mic's really hot. Is that better? I think the thing that separates most people is that some people have a stronger willingness to acknowledge a reasonable doubt, or basically their threshold for reasonable doubt is dramatically different than my own. For me, a reasonable doubt has to be very reasonable. I can see that happening type thing. Yeah, that would fit perfectly with what I see. The evidence surrounding that perfectly supports that. For me, that's reasonable. Other people have seem, at least in my opinion, have the perspective that if whatever is said, you've got the puzzle with all the missing holes, right? And if you take all these pieces and fill it in with, aliens and an abduction and a black hole and a portal and a zombie type thing, you can make the pieces fit. But for me, and I'm using a very dramatic example, for me that does not seem reasonable if nothing else around that piece of evidence would indicate that there would be a zombie or a portal or some other, very, very far out or far-fetched solution to fill in. And so we vary that way a little bit. That was a lovely sound. Is your water good and cold this morning? It's actually a little bit warm. The bottle has been in my office. Well, it's about 70 degrees, but it's good water. And there was a time in life where I would say I'm thirsty, not dirty, and try to drink soda instead. But I've realized that that's not the healthiest solution. So I'm trying to drink a lot more water. So even DNA and GPS data counts as circumstantial at the end of the day. All evidence collected can be compromised with human error, intention, or equipment integrity. Does anyone know who's on the stand today? Stauch, I think we're getting close to where they're bringing in some expert witnesses. We're expecting those to begin this week. Katrina, thanks. Coming in late. Mind a laptop. I was good. Laptop is dry. We're safe. Decomposition molecules are basically a mixture of methane gases, heavier molecules than like fresh air. Think osmosis. Wrapping him in 1 or 2 blankets would contain the heavy molecules. Yeah, I hear you, Brooklyn. I do think the dogs would have smelled it, because the amount that does get out is enough that the dogs, with their extremely sensitive noses, would have smelled. And so she seemed to have planned very well to take care of that. And maybe the dogs were acting a little crazy at the beginning, and that's why she went with the CBD treats for them. Okay. Let's see. S Texas says, recovery addict. Dallas man Mallory Nicholson. Circumstance and lies got him. He was innocent. I'm not familiar with the case, S Texas. I'll have to look at it. Even in my willingness to accept circumstantial evidence, I strongly feel that it's better that a guilty person goes free than an innocent man goes to prison, and that applies for women as well. I just use the saying. So it's funny to balance the two things in my head, and I still have to do some internal introspection to try to figure out exactly how those two work together for me. I think it would be extremely hard, says Kim. I think it'd be extremely hard to be a defense attorney when you know your client is guilty. I don't envy their job, even though they anger me a ton. Kim, I do. Initially, I had a hard time with that as well. And I've got some friends that are criminal defense attorneys, and talking to them helped a little bit. But more as I watch the process and learn about the legal process more, more and more to me, it becomes important that everyone have a good defense, and that the state is required to prove the facts of the case, that they are innocent unless proven guilty. To me, that is critical in the system. And so even with people who commit horrible crimes that are just awful, and you want to see them punished, I believe they should get a good defense, and the state should still have to prove the case. So I have a little more tolerance than I did before.
Letecia watched Harley cry without a tear, frowning face.
I saw that. Misbehaving. That was painful to see a mother who supposedly, this is her blood daughter. This is her direct daughter. This isn't a stepdaughter. To see her daughter just be torn up like that on the stand, as far as emotionally having to talk about things that are extremely painful, reliving events that she does not want to relive, forcing herself to admit that she had been wrong for years, that she had been lied to, that everything she thought was right and her foundation for life was a lie, and then having all that stripped away from her, and then not showing. Even at times she was laughing with her lawyers and giggling and stuff when her daughter was on the stand, and that didn't sit well. I think the jury probably watched that. They still don't know from the judge, because the judge has not told them if they can consider that as evidence. But we'll see what happens. AJ, I'm lurking and listening. Also working. Love you in the attics. AJ, hope you're healing up with your ankle. Hope you're doing great. Mimi Kitty, welcome. Good to have you here. I swear LS flipped off the judge just minutes after he admonished her yesterday. Plus, guys who found poor Gannon stated they didn't notice odor till open. Yes, in that one, I don't know how submerged the suitcase was, or if it was completely dry. I did not view those pictures during the live stream, so I did not. I didn't want to see that, and didn't show them either. So I don't know exactly how that circumstance worked out. Obviously, if the suitcase was submerged and he was also submerged, or if the suitcase was wet, then that would definitely change things a little bit. Let's see. If it quacks and walks like a duck, it's probably a duck. Circumstantial, yeah, but I want to get the. I'll see if I can do this after lunch. Well, I'm not sure if I can commit to that. The opening day of this trial, the judge talked to the jury about circumstantial evidence, and he shared his personal insight as to how it works and how the jury should handle it. And he told a story about his kids and a cookie jar and missing cookies. And he said, I can, look at the cookie jar, and just by the fact that I know that I see half of them are still there, I know that my 15-year-old didn't steal them because he would have eaten all of them. And so he can eliminate that. And he says, I can look at one daughter, and she's bouncy, bubbly, everything, and she's like, nope, I didn't eat them. And she didn't. And then look at the other daughter, who's also bouncy, bubbly, and she's got her face covered with chocolate chips and her mouth sort of full. And she says, nope, I didn't eat them. And he can say, I can put together the circumstantial evidence that the third child ate the cookies. He told it much more eloquently than I did, but it was a great example. Lots of comments. Let me see. How many witnesses today? Tanya, I don't know their daily schedule. Let's see. Who was it? Who was it that has the scoop on the schedule? One of you has the. I think you've got the inside scoop on that. So let me know if you have the schedule. We have the list of 147 witnesses, and I think where are we at? Are we at 40, 41, something like that? Okay. Okay. Patricia G says, just like you can't unring a bell, eye bleach doesn't actually work. And the jury cannot unsee what they've seen from LS. Patricia, I think that's funny because from a legal standpoint, as a lawyer, you'll hear lawyers say, I move to strike that from the record type thing. And the judge will say, so stricken, turn to the jury, you should disregard those comments type thing. Does that really work? We all heard it. We can still hear it. We still remember it. Yeah, the record is not going to reflect that. But when they're actually in deliberations and they're talking about everything, I think once it's out, it's out. The bell's been rung. They've heard the note. They can't unhear that. Have you ever served on a jury? Kitty, kitty, bang, bang. No, I've never served on a jury. I have been subpoenaed as a witness in a trial, and it was a traffic accident trial. And I still to this day don't know if I did the right thing. But I told the sort of version of events exactly like I had observed them, and it did match the police report I filled out the day of. And then every other witness testified and said that I was wrong, and that I had not seen what I had seen. And it made me question myself, honestly, to say, like, it happened so quickly. Did I make a mistake? I don't know the outcome of that case. After I left without hearing the verdict as far as whether the individual was guilty of the accident or not. Obviously, it's not a life-changing decision, but it was impactful for me. Hey, my love sackers, where can I buy a membership, says Kiefer. I think if you type !join in chat, it should pull up a link where you can purchase it through like Safari or something like that. Butterfly 23, I don't believe we should blame Harley. I believe she's testified, to my understanding, she testified truthfully. Her mannerisms between both direct and cross were very similar, were very open. Her style was the same. It did not appear to have like selective amnesia about anything. When she had doubt, she always referred to, she said, I don't remember. And they said, if it showed up here, she said, then that would be right. That's how it happened. She was very accepting of facts as they were. And I think she contributed what she could based on her age and how long it's been. So I think she did a great job. And I think it really put to rest a lot of the concerns people had about her, saying, how could this have happened and she not know? Now that we've seen the whole picture, now that we see her upbringing, now that we know that she wasn't allowed to question her mom, and that just it was like a family rule. You just don't do that. You don't ask mom why or what happened or what did you do. That would get you a backhanded smack. And so knowing that was what she grew up with, it makes a lot of sense, and her story rings very true to me. Okay. Can you clarify for me, says Julie Songs, Can you clarify for me, did Harley's aunt cut her off after she was going to testify against TS? I missed something there. Julie Songs, here's the actual question that led to that answer was objected to by the defense, and the objection was sustained. So we don't know exactly what happened, but the way that the prosecution had asked the question was basically, as soon as you agreed to testify, did your aunt cut you off? And the answer, she was saying yes. Her answer was yes. That was objected to. I don't know if that was the direct connection or if they're just saying it was that circumstantial that the two happened, or is there some connection there? So we may not ever know. It depends what other witness they bring in, if they can get that information admitted. Obviously, if they ask the aunt, she's probably not going to say cut her off because she testified. She went against blood. You always support blood over everything else, type thing. Christine D, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you as a member again with the Light Colored Courthouse. Thank you so much for your continued support. Em Elizabeth says the body was frozen from being out in the elements. She kept the AC on, so there's a lot of factors. I think Harley, just Noni says, I think Harley had 17 years of manipulation and abuse for questioning her mother. I think she learned to comply to avoid consequences. Right, and the question about not noticing when Letecia left the hotel room to dump the suitcase over the bridge, which is what the state alleges happened. We don't have a lot of evidence to say exactly when that happened. It's sort of like a vague time period. We had previous testimony from Harley that indicates that her sleeping through her mom getting up, even if they're sleeping in the same bed, which had happened, which we heard about testimony that happened as well, that she would not wake up when that happened, and she wouldn't hear. She's a heavy sleeper. She wouldn't notice. She hadn't heard a lot of things that way. I believe Gannon's body has been laid to rest. I thought I saw a picture of a headstone. I'm not sure. They said the dog treats were CBD, no get high value. Also, I wonder if LS encapsulated the suitcase with a plastic bag. Yeah, I'm not familiar with CBD enough to say whether there was a sedative type effect from the CBD. That seems from Harley's testimony. That's what she said. She gave them lots of CBD treats to keep them calm. Lisa Marie says, I applaud this young lady because after everything she's in school trying to better her life. It's hard growing up being manipulated. I think she's doing a great job adjusting. I hope she does well. I hope she does well on her social media. I hope she does well as a nurse. I hope she does well in the military. I think she's pursuing this as part of a military career. Do you think the police will visit the death of Harley's dad? Hasn't she given a completely different cause of his death to people? Kay, I think the police always had the dad on the record as dying from an overdose. It's just Harley didn't know it was an overdose. So she gave this fanciful story about how he died, which just wasn't true. So I don't know if that would be just reason to reopen that death and do an open up the casket, do another autopsy. I don't think that'll happen. Lola, thank you for joining the gallery. Welcome. I appreciate you being here and appreciate your support. Please move up to the front seat by typing !seat. We'll get you on the front row here in no time. Elizabeth says, sadly, because of this, I don't believe Harley can serve in the military anymore. Elizabeth, I saw this comment similar to this yesterday in chat, and I don't know what the restrictions would be. I know we have some individuals who have been in chat that have served as recruiters for the military, and I'd love to hear from somebody who can look at this and say, for the following reasons, XYZ, this would make her ineligible to serve. But where she has not had a conviction for any crime, I don't know what the restriction would be. So I'd love to hear from somebody who has that information if you have that. Let's see, Dakota had doubts but believed her when he offered to help with the suitcase. One can't believe your sister is capable of such a crime. Gave her the benefit of the doubt. Mighty Heidi, welcome, says, Recovery Addict, the ones that kill me are when the lawyer asks a leading question, gets sustained objection, then rephrases, but the answer was in the first question, so the witness can just repeat that back. Mighty Heidi, welcome to court. Oh my goodness, this happens so many times, and yes, it is frustrating. The lawyer knows that they want a specific answer. They ask the leading question with the answer carefully wrapped up in a package for the witness. It gets swatted down immediately by objection, and the lawyer says, "I'll rephrase," and then they ask the question without any of the leading information, and the witness responds exactly, almost word for word, as it was delivered to them in the previous question. I don't know how you fix that problem. I don't know how you eliminate that from court, unless there was some sort of penalty that says if you have an objection to a leading question, you have to move on from that topic and you can't revisit it again, which isn't the rule to my knowledge. I don't know how you prevent that. It's sort of like flopping in soccer, right? It happens all the time, and we see it and we hate it, but it's a big part of soccer, and unfortunately, it happens all the way through the major leagues. I would love it if that part didn't exist. At the same time, it's one of the tools that the lawyers use. I'm not sure if they have to use, but use to get what they need as far as testimony out of a witness. Let's see. That's a great comment. Appreciate that. Katie214 says, "I'm a dog groomer. CBD treats help anxiety. It definitely calms some dogs down, even my own." How soon does trial start? We're starting in 3 minutes. So we're watching. Let me see if I can build a quick view for you here. Here's what we've got. We're waiting here. We've got the audio turned on, so as soon as something happens in court, we're going to see it and hear it as well. Make sure volume's up. All good. Cam 6 is off. Okay. All right. Can you recap his death for the new viewers? I don't know the details of his death. You're talking about Harley's dad. If somebody has that that they could share, that would be insightful, I think. Amazing how Ellis seems to have her defense team under her spell. It seemed like he would try to impeach Harley from what Ellis told him. If that's the plan, then I bet deliberations go 1 hour max. I don't know if they have her if she has them under her spell. I will say that the two defense lawyers she has are good lawyers. They're good at what they do. They're not brand new. I don't think they're completely have the wool pulled over their eyes. I think they know when she's lying to them. They can see the evidence and they hear what she says, and they've been around court long enough to know what the situation is they're dealing with. I don't know if she is still lying to them. Obviously, we don't hear what's going on between their conversations, and we're not supposed to. But interesting idea. So Lola, I thanked you already for becoming a member. I'll thank you again. Also, Alley Cat, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you as a new member. Love to see that courthouse by your name and have your name in green. Make sure you take your seat on the front row. Good to have you here. Thank you. Let's see. How did she get out of that house with a suitcase? Can you even imagine?
No dead horse go on.
Stauch, I believe it was when the car was backed into the garage or pulled into the garage. I'm not sure if it was pulled in forward or backward. Harley testified it was pulled in forward. I think the state alleged it was backed in based on some ring video. But in the garage, she would have manipulated it and dragged it down the stairs and into there, and that would explain why the different blood, presumptive positive tests for blood occurred in that area. Lara77, afternoony from the UK. Lara, good to have you here this afternoony. Thank you so much for your support. Carl says, oh, here we go. Judge is back right now.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. It's 279 or 379? 279.
Bring the jury.
I wanted to address one thing to make sure that the record is clear. Exhibit 279 is a disc, a CD-ROM disc of USAA financial transaction summary.
CD-ROM.
It was never actually formally admitted. I think it may have been discussed during either.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not sure whose testimony it would have been. Maybe Detective Vihil's. In any event, my understanding is that there is a stipulation to the admission of Exhibit 279. Is that accurate?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay.
Your Honor, the people will also move for admission in front of the jury so that they're aware of that exhibit. Not to be redundant, but just so that they're aware of the exhibit number and the name. Will that be permissible?
Run that by me again.
We would like to put that disc, this particular exhibit, on the record in front of the jury, so they're just aware of its existence and its number.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Judge supported.
All right. Is there anything else we need to address before we bring the jury in? Prosecution?
I don't think so.
Defense? Okay. Let's go ahead and bring them in.
All right. We're just pulling up Letecia camera right now.
I moved that once. I don't know how that got back up there.
And Your Honor, I will move the easel once the jury is seated in front of the door.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that the other gentleman that's helping us doesn't walk into it if he opens the door.
We'll let him know.
Okay, good.
I take. Are you going to use it for the entirety of the next witness?
For a good chunk of it, yeah.
Okay. We'll let him know.
Charlene, I was sent 2 screenshots that in a very quickly,
maybe not,
it could have been portrayed as a flipping off action. The one that I remember is
all rise for the jury, please.
It's a shirt we haven't seen her wear in court yet. This is a new one, I think. Okay, so there, see what she's doing with her hands right now. Can we try to zoom in just a little bit? As she starts playing with her fingers, it's something akin to this, where there's just a moment where she briefly puts down the other fingers and puts that one up. I'm not sure if that was intentional.
20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. Spots. All right. Yesterday, we had concluded the testimony of one witness. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
John Sarkeesian, Your Honor.
All right. We've got the sound effects turned off. If it's blurry for you, you might want to refresh your page or check the resolution.
If you would raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Ms. Gratiano.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name again for the record and spell your last name as well?
It's Lieutenant John Sarkeesian. Last name is Sarkisian.
And Lieutenant, where are you currently employed?
At the El Paso County Sheriff's Office over the Patrol Division.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
It'll be 22 years in September.
And over the course of your time at the Sheriff's Office, have you had many roles, different roles?
I have. I've been in many different units, patrol, detentions. I was the homicide or major crimes sergeant for approximately 2.5 years. Been in Metro Vice Narcotics, been over the SWAT team. So I've been many areas of the office.
Worn different hats.
Yes.
In January and February of 2020, what was your specific assignment?
So I was assigned to the Special Operations Division, which is over our SWAT team, as the SWAT commander. And I also had our traffic unit and some other smaller units.
And as it relates to the Special Operations section, as it relates specifically to the investigation of the disappearance of Gannon Stauch at that time in February and January of 2020, what was your specific role?
So I was assigned as basically the incident commander for the search efforts. I was called to a meeting and basically assigned in an incident command system. The way it's set up, we have operational chiefs and different positions to run different aspects of investigation. So I was assigned for the search efforts.
And was that something that you had done previously in other cases?
I mean, not to this degree. but definitely have been involved with incident command throughout my career in the different roles that I've played. So that was a big piece of the SWAT team in running SWAT calls. So we have to be able to, manage all those resources. So I think that's why they selected me for it.
And can you explain to the jury a little bit more what incident command means? What is that?
It's basically a system that is put together so everybody knows what they're doing, where they should be, how they should operate. So it's broke out into different branches, so to say, law enforcement, fire, financial. Obviously, when we're searching to the magnitude we did in this case, we have a lot of people. So food plays in, gas, different resources. So it's just it's a whole system put together. It looks like a tree that's broke out into everybody's role. So when you come in for the day, you know what you're doing.
And you're overseeing that tree?
Correct.
Okay. And now you mentioned the scope of the resources. Is that something that you personally, while you work with the sheriff's office, have you ever seen something on this scale before?
I haven't.
Okay. And in terms of what was known to you and other members of law enforcement in January and February of 2020, had the location of Gannon Stauch been identified yet?
It had not.
Okay. You mentioned many, many resources. Can you give the jury an idea of which agencies came in to help and assist you?
So the two major ones would have been search and rescue, and then the National Guard came in. The National Guard was able to provide a lot of volunteers, a lot of different people that were able to help out with the search. And then search and rescue was also the other big one. They pulled people from wherever they could from different search and rescue units to come in and help. We also had different agencies. I know you'll probably get into it, but when we moved up north, we had Douglas County that helped out. We had some volunteers that wanted to fly drones for us. We had a lot of civilians reaching out to want to help, and we kind of avoided that to a certain degree, but depending on what the volunteer looked like, we could have other people help with that too. Different police agencies, wherever we were going, it just depended. I mean, it was an outpouring of people that were ready and willing to come out and search.
And, on particular days, did the number of people that were actually in charge of supervising and coordinating search efforts, how did that vary?
It depended on, in the beginning, there was a lot, so to say. And to answer your question, I would say anywhere between, it could be 20 or 30 people helping to hundreds. So it just depended on the area, the time frame, and the availability of people. We were trying every day to get as many people as possible because it's just easier to cover the area we were searching.
Now, in terms of your initial efforts in organizing the very massive search, end of January of 2020, where were the search efforts as you were supervising them? Where were they focused? What part of the city?
So we started in that Lorson Ranch area, which was down south. We kind of started from the residence and moved north from there. So as the command over the search efforts, I had a liaison in the detectives division, and which was another lieutenant. So I didn't have a lot of case detail. He was just providing me areas to focus searching. So he would call and say, hey, we have this little bit, or we have this little piece of information. We need to, search in this specific area. And then we would identify zones in that area and then organize people and how we were going to move through those areas and cover that. So we started in the Lorson Ranch area. We moved north of there up towards Bradley Road and some of that area through there. Then we also moved across over by Fountain Creek for a little bit. We ended up going up to Perry Park. We did a little bit off of Highway 105. So there was several different areas that we searched.
Now, you mentioned off Highway 105. Are you generally familiar with that area?
I am.
Okay. And can you give the jury a frame of reference as to when the search efforts you were coordinating were focused in that particular area?
just for clarification, you talking about the Perry Park or Highway 105?
Well, we'll take them separately. Either one. We can start with the Perry Park Road.
So yeah, Perry Park, I believe, was around, I think it was February 12th to about February 20th. We were up in that area. We spent several days up through there.
Okay. And the Highway 105 area?
I don't know the specifics on the date of that one. It was somewhere mixed in, I feel mixed in the middle of that. That was a shorter stay over there just because we had some information to just check some real specific places off the road.
Okay.
So we didn't spend a lot of time in the 105 area, maybe
Now,
like a day or two.
Okay. In terms of, can you give the jury an idea of the general state of, what the topography there? I mean, what is it heavily wooded? What is the area that looks, we're talking about the South Perry Park Road area. What does that look like?
Yeah, so if you're not familiar, as you head up out of Palmer Lake, it's kind of open fields. There's a very specific S turn that comes out of town. And once you hit the first S curve and you start up, it becomes to be very heavily wooded, so to say, brush, big pine trees. And then you move, the road turns back to the right to head north. And there's also a lot of trees and some fields, but you're right up against the mountains at that point. So it's pretty heavy cover.
Now, you mentioned various tools and resources that were of use, but specifically in that area, what kind of tools and resources were really essential for you guys?
So when we were first sent up to that area, when I drove it to go kind of get an idea of where to put the command post and how we're going to separate it into zones, I noticed there was a significant amount of snow still. So there was several drifts. It's, right up against the mountains, like I said. So drifts, heavy snow, different, a lot of different elements to that. So search and rescue, when we brought them in, one major thing they used was what they called probing poles, which they actually had to find more because they tend to break or they lose them or whatever. But it's basically just a long pole that they can stick down in the snow and probe for what they're feeling. They've been doing this long enough that they were telling me they can, if they hit dirt, they can feel that. If they hit something soft that doesn't feel like the ground should, then they'll stop. And then they'll, dig the snow out, clear that area, search more specifically for what's under the snow there. Once they identify it, then they can move on and continue to do that. So obviously shovels, tools, specific tool wise, you mean like?
Well, how about the use of canines, for example?
Okay. So resource wise, yeah, we did have a volunteer that flew a drone over that area. They brought the canines in. So I think FBI had a couple of their dogs running through there. So there was a lot of, trying to think who else we had or what else we were using up there. Drones and
what about overhead planes?
So in the Lorson Ranch area, when we were searching down there, we had, and I believe it was National Guard, they were able to fly a plane over the area and give us some aerial images. So
okay. And you mentioned information known to law enforcement. Can you explain why some of the search efforts were focused specifically in that South Perry Park Road area?
Hold on one second for me, okay? Sorry.
Does he have a phone call?
Apologize.
That's all right.
Can you ask that question again?
Yeah. You mentioned an S-turn at South Perry Park Road area. What was the information that law enforcement was received? But how do you focus in that particular area?
So like I said, I had a liaison through the detectives division. He had provided some information that a tracker information had shown a vehicle that traveled up through that area and then had specifically slowed down in a certain section and then moved. And then I think it had come back through. But the information provided to me was that the vehicle was up in that area.
And the specific vehicle that you're referring to, do you remember the make, model, year, anything like that?
I don't. I recall him telling me that it was Letecia's vehicle that was that they had tracked up through that area, and that's why they were moving us up there.
Okay. And in terms of, you mentioned the law enforcement resources in terms of tracking that vehicle, did that include members of surveillance, MBNI, that sort of information provided them to you?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
I don't know if they actually, I wasn't privy to that information, whether or not they had followed a vehicle or not.
Okay. On February 15th of 2020, were you on duty that day?
I was.
Okay. And did you find anything in particular of note on that day?
I did. So on February 15th, I mean, like I said, we'd been working several days in a row, doing a lot of search efforts. On that day, go ahead.
And sorry to cut you off, but we'll go through, I'll introduce a few exhibits through you, but before we get there, to start, what was the particular item that you located?
So I located a piece of particle board that was approximately 2 feet by 2.5 feet and 1/2 inch thick that was off the side of the road.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you.
So this witness is the one that found the particle board near the...
Lieutenant, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit
North of the home.
326 for the record.
Out in the woods.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
That is the upper turn of the S turn of the search area.
Okay. And you mentioned that you found a board.
Correct.
There's a label that appears on this map. Does that label mean anything to you?
Yeah, that would be accurate to the location where I found it.
And is People's Exhibit 326 a fair and accurate representation of that area and where you located that board?
It is.
Your Honor, permission to admit People's 326 for the record.
Exhibit 326 will be admitted.
Thank you.
And before we go further in, just about something that we discussed earlier, the jury should also know that Exhibit 279 is also admitted by stipulation. It is a CD disc, I assume is on the table there. It's a CD disc of USAA financial transactions. And so that's also evidence that you may consider during this case. Ms. Gratiano?
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Sarkeesian, can you point out for the jury the particular area? I know that the label is clear, but if you wouldn't mind standing up and just going through the area and pointing out a few things on the map for me. Okay. So you mentioned an S turn. Can you explain to the jury in part, kind of what you mean by that?
So if this map continued, the road curves back this way. So as you come up here, this would be the upper turn, and then it's heading north out of town that way.
Okay. And you mentioned coordinating search efforts. Can you give the jury a frame of reference on People's Exhibit 326, where you were coordinating all those efforts from, if we can see it on that map?
So we basically made this into zones. This is kind of where the treat area would start. This was also a heavy snow cover because of the side of the road. So we made this into zones, basically, or I made it into zones that came up through here, across up the road, and then up into about this area up here. So this was pretty much our zone. That map is a pretty good representation of our zoned out areas.
Okay. And as you're coordinating search efforts, are you doing that in some sort of methodical way so you understand where efforts are being done and over time? Can you explain that to the jury as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you can picture this as being at zone A, we'll say we had search and rescue, National Guard, whoever was helping us, basically start on one end of the zone. They had to use the poles a lot because of the snow, and they basically just moved as a group up here within feet of each other and just searching that whole area as they moved. And once they would complete a zone, if, they got up to this road and that was the end of the zone, then they would report that back through the chain, which would come to me that, we've completed this zone.
Okay. And we talked about February 15th of 2020 when you found the board. Can you give the jury a walkthrough of generally the snow levels in that area? It's Colorado, but what were the snow levels around there on that day?
On that day, so we had a variation up there. Some days it would be snowing, some days it would be sunny. So we had some melt off and we had some snow. It was generally a mix of some thawed out areas, some a little bit thicker areas, some dirt. So it was kind of just all over as far as snow cover, sporadic.
All right. And so when the sun comes out in Colorado, what happens to the snow?
Absolutely. It was melting in certain areas.
Okay. So fair to say a day or two before, would the snow levels in that area have been different?
Absolutely. Yeah. We had a couple of heavy snow days where it actually came in and we were trying to beat the snow to cover some of the zones. And then snow, we'd have to, tailor that to the search. So,
okay, great.
Because the coldness played into then we had a bunch of people out in the cold. So,
right. And you can take a seat now. Thank you, sir. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Lieutenant, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 327 through 331.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are all pictures taken from the search area during that time period.
Okay. And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the search efforts on February 15th of 2020?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 327 through 331.
No objection. Exhibits 327 through 331 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish as well?
You may go ahead.
Thank you.
That may have been a little bird there, if you watched carefully. When she looked at the clock, she put one finger up.
Lieutenant, you mentioned the snow. So I'll ask you to walk the jury through what we see projected behind you, People's Exhibit 327. Can you orient the jury as to where we're at on the map in front of you? Where is this photo?
So as this photo is taken, it's taken from here on this map. So it's actually pointing up at the S curve as you come around it.
And there's also a pointer. It's an old school pointer that may be on the witness stand. You'll have to extend it. If you'd like to use that,
okay,
you can. There are a number of cars that we see on the road there. Are those some of the people that are helping out the search effort?
Correct. Search and rescue and/or National Guard.
Okay. On the passenger side area of those cars, there appears to be a large white area next to those cars. What is that?
Are you looking at this right here?
Yes.
So this is a berm that is just built up from the road right there. I don't know if it used to have a pond behind it or what, but it's just maybe a 7 or 8 foot berm.
Okay. And as you're out there for search efforts on February 15th of 2020, can you walk the jury through what were things that were of note for you? Maybe in People's Exhibit 328, what are we seeing in this particular photo that may be helpful for you to explain?
Okay. So just for clarification, do you want, as far as the board goes, or?
And just explaining your efforts that day as it led to you finding the board.
Okay. So on this particular day, obviously with these vehicles lined up here, we had searchers in our zone, which on this map over here would have been up through this area would have been the zone that they were in. On that particular day, on the 15th, I'd been in the command post for several days, and so I grabbed one of the search and rescue guys that was one of the head guys for the operation and said, hey, let's jump in the Razor, which you saw in the other picture. Can you actually go back one picture?
Yeah, no problem.
So this guy that's parked right here is what we ended up taking from the command post, which was significantly north of this location. I said, hey, let's just get out and go check on the searchers, see how it's going out there in the zone. As we were getting out there, we were notified that one of the dogs had alerted on a area, which from this picture would be basically behind this berm. There's a gate you can't really see, like a barbed wire fence. So up behind the berm there, the dog had alerted. So we were out there like, well, let's go check on the dog. We walked up there. They were doing some digging and some searching around the dog. Nothing that we really found as significant there. So as I came back on this map here, there's a barbed wire fence that runs along the side of the road. As I came back, I started looking at the fence, and I'd asked some of the guys, hey, has anybody checked this fence? They kind of looked at me funny. I said, you cross a fence, if you ever crossed a barbed wire fence, maybe catch your pants on it, maybe catch your shirt on it. It can, snag threads. It can, catch animal hairs, that type of thing. So I just started walking up that fence from this picture. And if you go to the next picture.
So People's Exhibit 328.
So this is the fence, obviously, that runs along here. So I was walking the fence when I got up to about this area, and generally in this area, I noticed a board sitting on the ground. There was some footprints past it, like other searchers had walked through that area, but it did not appear that the board had been moved. I say that because there was snow on part of the board, and the snow was not cracked. So it's not like someone had moved the board. And when I saw the board I could see right off had some type of stain or something on it. As I moved closer to look at it, I used a glove I actually had to move it because I didn't know what it was at that point.
And I'll stop you there, sir.
Sorry.
We're going to walk through. That's fine. But I want to show the jury People's Exhibit 329 so that you can use these to explain. So as you approach that area, what are we seeing as People's Exhibit 329?
So this is the barbed wire fence is in the background here. You can see the post. So I was walking up this way. This is the board. This is the stain I'm referring to on the board, and then the snow, how it had caught the corner of it, was still sitting under the snow.
And is this how the board appeared to you when you first spotted it?
It is.
Okay. And so before I cut you off, you were explaining to the jury how you'd seen the edge of the board, and you mentioned a glove. Why did you use a glove?
Well, once I saw the board and saw that stain on the board, knowing we were looking for any items that could be associated to this case, so we had put that out to search and rescue, National Guard to look for any and all items that could be of evidence. So one thing to note for these search efforts we'd been doing, we had been checking the sides of roads a lot. So what do you come across a lot on the sides of road? Trash, cans, old gloves, socks. I mean, you name it, we found it. So a lot of the stuff that was found along the sides of the road, you don't know if it's evidence until it's evidence, basically. So, if someone found something, we would say if it looked like something that could possibly be evidence, to notify someone from command, and then we'd send out people to collect it.
And in terms of distance between where the road is and where you've now discovered this board, can you give us an approximation?
From the road to the berm, I would estimate 20, 30 feet. This was probably in the middle of that, somewhere 10, 15 feet from the edge of the road to the berm. So it wasn't far off the road. I mean, this is the road right here.
And so that we can just get a frame of reference for distances, when you say the distance between the road and the berm, where are we talking?
So this map might be easier from the edge of this road, and then the berm sits right here, so to say. That other picture might show it a little bit better if you go back.
So for the record, you're pointing on the map on People's Exhibit 326. Now we're looking at 328.
So this would be the berm, obviously edge of the road fence. So approximately 20, 30 feet, I would say, to the berm. So in the middle of that, in the middle of the two.
And for a frame of reference, when you located the board, is it on the other side of that berm?
No.
Okay.
So it's right in these trees right here.
Okay.
So to say.
So when we look at People's Exhibit 329, we're in that tree area near the base of that on the ground there?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned seeing a stain. We'll look at People's Exhibit 330. Now at this point, what has now happened with the board?
So at the point that, like I said, I put a glove on to move it because I couldn't tell exactly. So as I got closer to it, I barely moved it. And from my training experience over the years, as soon as I saw that, I was like, that's blood. So I put it back in the position that it was in. And like I said, I barely moved it, just enough to get that look at it. So I set it back in there and then notified one of the FBI personnel to come photograph and collect it.
And is it because the FBI was there to help coordinate search efforts, but also collection of evidence?
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of collection of that particular piece of evidence, who specifically, the FBI then took it into evidence?
They did.
Okay. Do you recognize People's Exhibit? You've already said you recognize it, but can you give us a frame of reference for what we're looking at now in People's Exhibit 331?
So just a scale to the size of the stain that was on the board.
Okay. Now, when you were there present that day, did you see any other pieces of particle board or wood aside from this?
I did not.
Okay. And what we're seeing in People's Exhibit 331, can you describe the top right corner area of that board?
Yeah, so I mean, this is how the board was when it was collected. So that broken edge, that's how it was.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 332.
Go ahead.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 332. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's the board that I found that day.
And in terms of labeling of this particular item, is that consistent with the item that you recognize?
It is.
Okay. And we see some tape on this. What does the tape indicate to you?
So when you seal an evidence item, you seal it with that tape, and you see the initials on there. That's so anyone knows if that tape's if it's been broken. If the tape's been tampered with or broken, the signature across it will be not in place.
And is this in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed it and it was collected on February 15th of 2020?
Other than the marks on there, which they obviously did, the pen marks, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 300 and I just want to make sure 332.
No objection. Exhibit 332 will be admitted. Go ahead.
I'm going to ask for your help.
Okay.
Your Honor, may the witness walk the exhibit slowly past the jury for publishing purposes?
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. You're strong enough.
So this exhibit is the board, the package the board was collected in, and all the associated markings and evidentiary chain information associated with it. We don't know if he was laying
Lieutenant,
on it,
after
if the suitcase was on it.
February 15th of 2020, how would you describe the nature of your role as the investigation moved forward in this case?
I still continue to conduct the search efforts. If there was new information coming in from the liaison, I would still coordinate, where we were going, what we were doing. Like I said, I think we continued at least through the 20th. So we still, same thing, zones, getting help, the whole 9 yards for searching.
And in terms of media presence, when search efforts were being focused in this particular area, was media present?
Absolutely. So media was pretty much present through the whole search time and search efforts everywhere we went. It was obvious that we were in the area just from the amount of people, sheriff's office, police cars, canine, search and rescue. So media caught on fairly quickly. We also had our PIO was coordinating efforts to keep them either in an area or informed of what was going on. So we didn't, when it comes to media, we, other than coming into an active crime scene, we can't keep them out. So as long as they can legally be somewhere, they can set up anywhere. So they would set up outside of our command post on Perry Park Road. They would set up out there and film the command post. They would go down and film searchers searching through the snow or whatever. So there was a lot of media coverage of it.
And just for the jury, various acronyms, but what does PIO mean?
Our public information officer. Sorry.
Okay.
Sheriff's office personnel assigned to inform the media of specific cases.
Okay. Was it a secret that law enforcement and various resources and personnel were in that area at any time?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And the media coverage in this particular area, they were there. Was that being broadcast on the news to the public?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned also Highway 105, that some search efforts there were also done. Was the media present to document that as well?
Yeah, I think I can recall pretty much every day we were searching, media was somewhere. I didn't pay a lot of attention to because I was in the command post, but people would call back in, media on scene, or media's in this area. Do you want them to go somewhere? That was pretty common for most of the search days.
Yeah. In terms of the scope and the number of resources that were used that you oversaw, is that anything that you'd ever seen before while you worked at the Sheriff's Department for over 20 years?
No, this was the biggest search that I think anyone that I've worked with for 20 years has been a part of.
Thank you. Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
No question, Chuck.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Lieutenant Sarkisian? All right, looks like we have one.
Okay, we're going to cut to, let's see, let's cut to this camera while we wait. Hopefully they don't block the shot with their suit coat. Oh, we get half a shot. This is what we get. While they discuss that, obviously we're not allowed to show the judge's face or the defendants while this is going on. Someone has asked, can I just explain for those who are just listening and not following in chat or watching on the screen, just headphones maybe if you're work or something, what Letecia is doing. Letecia has been paying attention to the testimony and witnesses today. She's continuing some of her hand gestures. She's touching her face a lot, similar to how she has on previous days, although she hasn't been using individual fingers so much.
Lieutenant Sarkisian, am I saying that right?
That's closer.
That's closer. Closest yet.
What would be right?
Sarkisian.
Sarkisian. Okay, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Sarkisian, was the board on the west side of the barbed wire fence?
Yes, it was.
And was there an opening in the fence?
So, can we go back to pictures?
Tell me which one.
Let's go back to this one first. So along here, no, this was a barbed wire fence all the way up, and then if you go to the further out picture, right behind this white truck, there's a break in the berm, and there was a barbed wire gate. So where the actual board was there was no breaks in the barbed wire fence.
And just for the purposes of the record, Lieutenant Sarkeesian is using People's Exhibit 327, and before that, 328.
And were there any footprints collected?
That I don't know as far as, well, let me rephrase that. The footprints in the area were from us searching extensively. So any of those footprints in the snow were from searchers, so to say, if that makes sense. We had, like I said, we had anywhere from 30 to hundreds of people walking through there, going through there. I do not believe that FBI collected any footprints from that area.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
You mentioned footprints. To be clear, had search efforts, volunteers, other personnel, had they been through that area by the time you saw that board?
They had been. And not only that, I'll add, it had also snowed off and on, like I said, through that whole operational period. So there was new snow on the ground, there was old snow. Obviously, as we walked in the snow, everyone was creating footprints. So.
And in terms of looking for specific items or items of interest, was that information or directive relayed to the people that were helping out in the search?
It was. Some specific items were relayed, but in general, like I said earlier, it was any item that would spark your interest. Call someone to come take a look at a little bit closer.
And to be clear, when you approached that particular board, was it clear to you that it had been moved by the snow, or somebody had moved it in the snow?
That someone had moved it in the snow?
Somebody had moved it. What you observed as it relates to the snow on the board?
No, it had not been moved.
All right. Briefly. Go ahead.
So there were actually multiple footprints around that board, correct?
Not around the board, but kind of, if you can imagine, between the berm and where the board was, there's kind of like a pathway, an alleyway, so to say, that's just would be, you're not walking through the trees. So if you were going to walk that area, you would just walk through that opening. There was footprints through that opening.
Okay. And you didn't see who left those footprints?
No idea.
So you're just making the assumption that you believe that they were somebody from the search party?
Well, search, that was the zone we were in. So there were multiple searchers, the canines, they were all in that area, moving through up and down over the, through the berm. I mean, all through that area.
Yeah, but you don't know for certain that none of those footprints were left by the person who left the board?
I don't.
Okay. No further questions.
Right. All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. You may step down. Watch your step as you step off of the stand. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Call Kevin Clark, Your Honor.
All right. Oh,
I think this is FBI.
You surprised me. I was waiting for somebody to come in. If you would raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
He's got a lapel pin. It's probably investigative law enforcement of some kind.
Who's doing, Kevin?
Prosecution was just asking who's going to be cross-examining so he can consult with them about exhibits to see if they have a stipulation.
Mr. Clark, remember you testified, I think it might have been last week, although it's kind of blending together. Still under oath, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've already been introduced to the jury, so I want to have you just jump into some specifics here. And we'll actually get into some of the stuff about the board in just a moment. But before we get into that, are you familiar with call detail records?
I am, yes.
What are call detail records?
Call detail records are the activity the cell phone had with the cell phone carrier. So AT&T, Verizon in this case, all the calls to and from the device, all the text messages to and from the device, the data sessions to and from the device, or from the device to the network. All those have a date and a time that they occurred, and then phone number one contacting phone number two. And if it's an inbound or outbound, that'll determine if it's your target number or not. And then it has the cell phone tower and its location that service that activity for that phone to be able to make and receive calls, texts, data sessions.
Is it common in investigations for search warrants to be issued to phone companies like you mentioned, AT&T or Verizon, to obtain call detail records for specific types of phones?
Every time.
How are those records used in an investigation in a general sense?
It places or does not place a device in an area during a time period using the activity from the phone and the towers that service that activity.
So basically for a phone, if it connects to a cell phone tower, does it somehow record, I should say, a location data for that particular contact event?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with People's Exhibit 704 through 708. I've previously shown these to defense.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark, if you could just flip through those and then let me know when you're done flipping through those.
I'm done.
So in a general sense, what are these items, disks?
These are disks that contain the call detail records and the Life 360 GPS location data for the cell phones belonging to individuals in this investigation.
Individuals that would be relevant towards this investigation?
Correct.
So for instance, none of these are for detectives or anything like that?
No.
If we talk about People's Exhibit 704, tell the jury what People's Exhibit 704 is.
704 is a disk containing the AT&T call detail records for the defendant's cell phone.
We've heard testimony about two different phones associated with the defendant, one that was seized by law enforcement at the end of Detective Bethel's interview. So I'll call that her Colorado phone. Is that this particular disk?
Yes, this is the Colorado phone.
And then what is People's Exhibit 705?
705 is a disk containing the Life 360 GPS location data for the Colorado phone belonging to the defendant.
And so Life 360, in a general sense, tell the jury what Life 360 is.
Life 360 is an app, which is like a program that you can put on your phone, as well as other phones. It can be friends or family, so you can see where each other phones are in near real time.
And similar to cell phone data, does the Life 360 disk that we have there, does that include that location data for the defendant's phone using that Life 360 app?
It does.
People's Exhibit 706, tell the jury what that one is.
These are the Verizon call detail records for the defendant's phone that was purchased on February 1st at the Trinidad Walmart that traveled to Florida and then to South Carolina.
And was that actually seized in South Carolina by law enforcement?
We never seized this cell phone.
Okay. But how do you then get to the call detail records for that if the phone is never seized?
These are completely independent of actually needing the physical phone. This is all the activity from the cell phone towers. So you don't need to have a physical phone to get this data.
So does that come directly from Verizon as opposed to the physical device?
That's correct.
People's Exhibit 707.
These are the AT&T call detail records for Harley Hunt's cell phone.
And then People's Exhibit 708.
These are the AT&T call detail records for Gannon Stauch's cell phone.
Do each one of those disks that we just talked about, 704 through 708, do those include an affidavit from the provider? So AT&T, Verizon, Life 360, verifying the authenticity of the information contained on those disks?
They do.
And at this time, I'd move for admission of people 704 through 708.
Defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 704 through 708 will be admitted. Okay.
In preparation for the next bit of testimony, Judge, I'm going to approach with People's Exhibit 694, which is a photo, and retrieve those other disks.
Courage.
So, Mr. Clark, we just heard testimony from Lieutenant Sarkeesian regarding that board that was found up at the S-curve. In that general area that we're talking about, which is on the map there, I can't remember, what's the number of that exhibit number? In 326. Is that actually in southern Douglas County where this location is?
It is.
Are you familiar with that area?
I am.
Did you actually go up there and see some of this stuff yourself?
I did. I was up there with another FBI agent the day the board was, and at the time the board was located.
During this investigation, were you present for the vast majority of this investigation?
I was.
In this area?
Yes.
Do you remember was there some location data, GPS data that we've already heard some testimony about that showed the GPS tracker that was placed on a vehicle traveling up to this area?
There was.
What date did that occur?
The first time was Tuesday evening, and the second time was Friday night of the week that Gannon went missing.
Okay, so Tuesday evening, would that be January 28th?
Correct.
And then the Friday night is which day?
The 30th.
30th? Okay.
Yes.
30th or 31st? I can't.
Friday's the 31st. I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, Friday the 31st.
Subsequent to the GPS tracker data going up to this S-curve, do you remember if it snowed heavily after that?
It did.
Okay. And would that account for the drifting snow that we see in those pictures that we just looked at with Lieutenant Sarkeesian?
It would.
Did you have a chance to look at the download of Mr. Al Stauch's phone?
I did.
Did that download include photographs that were taken using that phone?
Yes.
We previously admitted through Mr. Stauch, if we could pull up and republish exhibit number 34. Oh, we just need the screen turned on, Judge.
Oh.
Thank you. So we've got People's Exhibit 34 up behind you. Are you familiar with this picture?
I am.
Tell us how you're familiar with this particular photo.
When I was examining the download of Al Stauch's cell phone, I came across this photo, and seemingly it's the desk that was next to Gannon's bed in his bedroom underneath the window. But then I also noticed a board on the garage floor.
And so when you came across this photo, were you able to tell when that particular photo was taken?
Yes, there's something called metadata, and metadata is just a term for data about data. And in this case, it has a date and a timestamp of when the photo was taken.
Data about data sounds like a really geeky thing.
It really is, but it's useful geeky stuff.
Okay. Does that tell you when this particular photo was taken then?
Yes.
When was this photo taken?
Sometime in November, December of 2019, if I recall correctly.
2019 sound correct?
Yes.
Had you when you came across this photo when you're looking at Al's download data from his phone, had you already seen the board that was found up at the S-curve?
Yes.
Or at least photos of it?
Yes.
Did that, having that knowledge, did that cause you to have a particular interest in this photo?
It did.
What about seeing pictures of the board found at the S-curve made you key in on this specific photo?
The broken corner, the top corner of the board found at the S-curve also had a broken corner, and it also appeared to be consistent of the type of the board, the particle board.
Did you compare the board in this photo to a photo of the board that was found at the S-curve?
I did.
I've handed you People's Exhibit 694. What is 694?
694 is a side-by-side comparison of the board that was found at the S-curve and the board zoomed in seen in this photo taken from Al's phone.
And just to be clear, this particular photo that we see up there, People's Exhibit 34, is that the garage at 6627 Mandan Drive?
It is.
Is the photo 694, that side-by-side comparison, is that a fair and accurate representation of your analysis and placing those two photos side by side to look at them in comparison?
It is.
At this time, I'd move for admission of 694.
No objection. Exhibit 694 will be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may go ahead.
We'll take just a second to scroll down.
Ready.
It's ready. Thank you. Now we got no signal.
Weird.
Is there some data about data why there's no signal, Mr. Clark?
I'll dig into it, sir.
Okay.
That was a joke question. Question the witnesses why their technology isn't working.
Oh, hold on.
Oh,
It was the judge, I think. He switched the inputs.
There we go.
There we go. All right.
Crisis averted.
Yep.
If you could use the pointer that's up there to your right, it's already extended, it looks like, and make sure that the jurors can hear you in the far reaches of the jury box. Point out the similarities between the board from the S-curve. Is that on the left side of this photo?
Correct. I took this photograph right here on the left side. This is the board from the S-curve.
In the other photos that we saw of the S-curve, there was that reddish dark stain sort of in the middle that was sort of elongated. Is that on the flip side of this particular photo?
It is.
All right. So the picture taken inside the garage, is that on the right side of this particular comparison photo?
It is.
Point out for the jury the similarities between the two boards.
One of the obvious ones is the broken, in this instance, top left corner of the board, located at the S-curve. And then the one in the photograph. The second one that might be more difficult to see is there's a penciled X on this board. You can see it here on the S-curve board. You can also see the bottom half of it right here in the garage board. And it's in the same location of the board. Additionally, there's some markings that go horizontal on the board in the photograph with the table saw on top, circular saw. And those same markings are seen here on the board that's recovered at the S-curve.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for at this particular time. We will recall him later, Judge.
All right. Mr. Cook,
So the board is the same as the cops saw on their first pass through the house.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Cook.
Did you take measurements of the board that was collected at the S-curve?
I did not.
Okay. So like width, length, anything like that?
No.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
He's got nothing.
Only very briefly. So the mentioning measurements, we could measure the board that was found at the S-curve, correct? Because we actually have that board.
Yes.
The board that's in the photo from the garage with that circular saw sitting on it, would it be easy to get measurements of that, or would it be difficult?
No, you can find the measurements of that,
Okay.
that saw. Yes.
Okay. Based on your observations of those two boards, does it appear that they are similar in size?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Clark on this subject? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Commander Mitch Malhoko.
Was that Mandramich Mahoko? It's quite a name. I'm not sure who's going to spell that for me. We'll get that name pinned up. If you look, we'll try to have the name of the witness pinned.
Commander, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
Commander Mitch.
Do you swear affirm the testimony about giving this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
Well.
Good. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
You bet. My name is Mitch Mahalko. Good morning. I'm a commander with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. My last name is spelled M-I-H-A-L-K-O. First name Mitch, M-I-T-C-H.
Thank you, Mr. Mahalko. You said that you're a commander with the Sheriff's Office. How long have you been in that particular role?
Since 2021.
How long have you worked at the Sheriff's Office in total?
20 years.
Describe for the jury your various responsibilities through your career with the Sheriff's Office.
Sure. I've been both on the detentions and law enforcement side. I've been a law enforcement officer on the law enforcement side since 2006. worked both as a street cop, as a deputy, as a supervisor over both patrol and detectives. I was a detective for about nearly 7 years. And then from there, I had moved through the ranks to include being a manager level or lieutenant, and was recently promoted to commander in 2021.
When you were a detective, what units were you assigned to in that role?
So in the role as a detective, I was assigned to financial crimes and organized crime, and then also sex crimes or SVU.
What kind of education do you have that allows you to do the job you do?
So actually, I have an associate's of applied science degree in criminal justice. I also hold a bachelor's degree in emergency services administration.
What about post-certification? So police officer standards and training certification.
Yes, in 2003, I completed my post-certification as well.
Meaning that you're a certified law enforcement officer in the state of Colorado?
Yes.
It's been a while.
Yes.
Yeah. What was your assignment back in January of 2020?
January of 2020, I was a lieutenant overseeing the violent crime section of the investigations division.
What is the violent crime section of the investigations division?
Mainly person crimes. So everything from homicide, sex assault, missing persons, cold case, and assaults.
What is the jurisdiction of the sheriff's office? It may be obvious, but let's talk about that just briefly.
Jurisdiction is all of El Paso County, to include incorporated. However, the actual operating jurisdiction is the unincorporated portions of El Paso County.
So if something occurs within the city, do you pretty much leave that to Colorado Springs Police?
Yes, we do.
How did you become involved in, or did you become involved in, the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
Yes, it was January 28th of 2020. I was working within the division and actually contacted by Detective Sergeant Jake Abensham. Detective Sergeant Abensham had let me know that there was some information that had come in about a missing child, and provided me with the initial brief on that.
So as far as chain of command purposes, so we understand that, where did Detective Sergeant Abensham fit in that chain of command?
So Detective Sergeant Abensham actually fell under a different lieutenant, but there were three sergeants at the time within that area, and all three sergeants worked as either on call or communicated concerning different cases that were of interest to the investigations division.
What was your role in that investigation?
Initially, on January 28th, after I received the initial brief, I contacted Detective Sergeant Hubble because there were some concerning pieces of that brief to me, and I asked Detective Sergeant Hubble, who was the major crimes or violent crimes sergeant at the time, to begin the investigation and assign detectives.
When you are briefed on something, does that inform how you act as an investigator, or how you use resources as an investigator?
It does.
So what were you briefed on from Detective Sergeant Hubble that was of concern to you and influenced how you proceeded from that point forward?
Sure. Detective Sergeant Abensham had briefed me that on the 27th patrol, EPSO patrol had responded on a missing child. As we dug a little bit further into it, he said that the child hadn't shown up at a friend's house. He didn't have a history of running away. He was 11 years old, and he took medication for ADHD, and that he was lightly clothed. So a number of those points were concerning to me, especially the age of the child, as well as the fact that he was going from point A to point B and did not show up. I didn't understand why initially it was reported as a missing or as a runaway child. And so I asked Detective Sergeant Hubble to assign detectives to it.
What was it about having a missing child was causing you some concern or confusion?
Not knowing or knowing that such a young child who did not have resources such as money, a phone, any of those things was out there, and that he did not show up at a specific place. That was concerning to me because we didn't know the circumstances behind the reported runaway or missing child.
As the lieutenant in violent crimes, did you at some point basically assume overall command to designate resources going whichever direction were necessary at any given time?
I did. So my role and responsibility really is a high level overseeing of the investigation. The main parts of the work that's being done are being done by detectives and being overseen by a supervisor or group of supervisors working in tandem.
Give the jury a sense of the scope of this investigation as far as, especially in these early days, how many people were involved in it in a general sense, and if other agencies got involved very early on.
Sure. Initially, 2 detectives were assigned to gather the initial information because, again, we didn't know what this case was. So as those detectives began investigating, getting information, the scope of the investigation began to grow. And really the resources that are placed towards an investigation can expand or contract based upon the information that we receive. In this particular instance, at any given point, the scope grew to include our entire investigations division, all of our detectives, and I would have to look back at how many that was exactly, and including our detective supervisors. So the entire investigations division were pouring their resources to include crime analysts into the investigation. Early on, we began speaking with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the supervisory agents at the FBI because, again, not knowing what we had, this investigation could have been anything from a missing person to an abduction to any number of things, or even a runaway. But within the first week, probably day 5 or so, we had been in contact with the FBI and requested resources from the FBI.
Were there also even people from the DA's office that were involved in that investigation, from investigators and even attorneys?
Absolutely. So when we got to a point where we believe that there may be some criminality to the case, we did request some investigative as well as attorney resources from the DA's office.
You mentioned that in the course of an investigation, investigative resources can either expand or contract. What determines whether that expansion of resource use expands or detracts, or retracts, I should say?
So the investigation itself, the number of leads that we have to apply resources to, the depth of the investigation, and the complexity of the investigation. So it could be anything from we have 100 leads to 1,000 leads, and so we have to start assigning the priority leads to detectives. So that can very quickly take resources from an investigation. The depth is also very important. If there is technology involved, if there is video or other things that need to be recovered, that takes time.
In your experience, both as a detective and then in more of a command level responsibility, can you give the jury a sense of how this investigation compares in scope to any other investigation you've ever done?
This is the largest in scope, depth, and time, focused time, I should say, that I have ever been involved in.
Were there area searches conducted in the early stages of this investigation to potentially locate a missing or lost child?
Yes, there were multiple.
Can you tell the jury just some of those things?
Yeah. So as we gathered information as to possible whereabouts of Gannon, we applied resources to that. Those resources actually were done in an instant command structure. So Lieutenant John Sarkeesian was asked to head the search efforts. in conjunction with multiple resources from our office and around the community. Another lieutenant that was working with me at the time, Lieutenant David Manzanilla, was tasked with being the liaison between the investigative and the search function. We searched multiple areas within El Paso County, whether it be within lakes. I'm sorry, excuse me. Try that again. Whether it be near areas of water, whether it be near areas up north, and also areas down south. We had multiple search teams out working that for many, many weeks.
Let's start initial stages of the investigation. Were the searches conducted around Gannon's home in that Lorson Ranch area, and was that the primary focus early on?
They were. So with a missing child or a runaway child, initially patrol will do an initial look at the house itself and search for the child. We found missing children hiding within houses nearby at other people's houses. So initial area searches are very, very important. I do know that there was an area search done around the area to include the new construction areas of that Lorson Ranch neighborhood.
Was the focus in that area, looking in those fields and ponds and that kind of thing, was that largely determined based off of information that the defendant in this case was being giving to investigators?
Some of it was generalized searches as well.
As expansion of search areas grows, including we just heard from Lieutenant Sarkeesian about the S-curve up in northern El Paso, southern Douglas County. How were those areas developed, and why were search efforts being given in those other areas?
So that area in particular was a lead that was produced based upon technological information that was provided or that was developed to believe that the defendant was in that area.
Okay. Initial stages of this investigation. So we've heard testimony already that the initial call comes in on January 27th, Monday evening, and then you get notified on January 28th. In those initial stages, was foul play necessarily even suspected?
No, not at all. At this point, we just knew that there was a missing child.
As the investigation advanced, did it become more focused on the defendant in this case?
Over time, yes, it did.
Okay. Were you able to observe, and we've already heard testimony from Detective Bethel about her interview that she conducted of the defendant on January 29th. Did you observe that in that interview?
I observed a portion of the interview, yes.
The person that was being interviewed in that interview, did you have contact with that person?
I did have contact with the defendant.
Tell the jury about your contact with the defendant.
So during that interview, the defendant had made multiple statements that were not congruent with previous statements that she had made to deputies. That caused some concern. I do know that in that particular interview, detectives had been trying to get the defendant in for interview for nearly 24 hours or more, so we could gather some additional information. It was very difficult to get the defendant into to contact with our detectives. In this particular case, as the interview was coming to a close, the defendant had said that she was done with the interview, that she would come back at a later date or later time or a later date, and then she wanted to leave. I had some concern because I did note that she had been utilizing a cell phone, and I also knew that at the time she had been in contact with Al, her current husband at the time, and that there were multiple text messages back and forth, or there was communication back and forth, I should say. With the knowledge that the defendant was very difficult to get a hold of, the knowledge that she was probably the last person that we knew of to have seen Gannon, and with the knowledge that there was conflicting stories, and that she had essentially false reported, saying one thing to patrol deputies, another thing to our detectives. That was of significant concern. Knowing that, I made contact with her, and as I was talking to her, I asked if the phone in her hand was her phone, and if I could see it. She kind of held her hand out a little bit, and I took a hold of the phone and I seized that phone.
So I want to, first of all, ask you, do you see that same person here in the courtroom today?
I do. It is the defendant.
So be more specific, point and describe clothing.
You bet. This is the defendant sitting between her two attorneys. She has dark hair, wearing white with a dark pattern.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you mentioned having two different versions being described, one to patrol and then one to detectives. Were these two different versions almost diametrically opposed to each other? Meaning the first one is missing / runaway kid, and then the second one, as we saw in Detective Bethel, is a rape and an abduction.
Absolutely, yes.
Did that cause you some concern?
Yes, because that is not a normal thing to see that kind of a difference in accounts.
Talk to us about, in your experience as a detective, a person that's been in law enforcement for quite a number of years. If you decide that you need to detain somebody or detain a piece of evidence pending a search warrant, what is in your mind to make those decisions, and why do you do it that way?
Sure. With this phone in particular, as I had mentioned before, I knew that the defendant was extremely difficult to get in for interview. We did not really know where the defendant was and was unable to locate her easily. We did know that she had these diametrically different accounts, which was, in my mind, somewhat indicative of a suspicious behavior. We knew that she was in contact with Al Stauch on a cellular device, and we also knew that device was within her current possession. I knew that if she had left with that cell phone at that point in time, it was highly likely that she had the opportunity to destroy any information on there, delete, maybe even get rid of the entire device completely. And I took the opportunity and I said, well, I took a look at that and I said, this was an exigent circumstance. So at that point, the phone was seized.
Okay. So in your experience as both a detective and in your command level experience that you've got now, have you found over time that it's sometimes common to find evidence of crimes on people's cell phones?
Yes, cell phones are often used both to track information, to track locations, to search for information as well.
Do you find that in today's day and age that people take their cell phones almost everywhere they go?
Yes.
Were those things playing into your mind as to why this particular cell phone might be important to seize? That exigency, potentially getting rid of the phone, and the fact that it's likely that there might be something helpful towards the investigation on this device?
Absolutely, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 223?
You may.
Commander, if you could just take a moment and examine that item and let me know when you're done looking at it.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is a cellular telephone. It appears to be an iPhone with a white face, a teal case, and it appears that this is the same device that I had seized from the defendant.
And what about the evidence sticker? Does any of that tell you that information as well?
The evidence sticker is showing for this case 2020-00001382, item number 26, barcode 1153747. This was submitted by Detective Williams. and it does show iPhone with teal and black case.
Does this appear to be the same cell phone that you seized from the defendant on that January 29th date?
It does.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition today as the day that you seized it?
It does.
There's also just above the phone in that plastic display a little card. Tell us what that is.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So yes, it appears to be a SIM card, and my assumption is that is a SIM card from the cellular device.
Is it very common to have a SIM card that actually plugs into each cell phone to allow it to operate?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's 223.
No objection.
Exhibit 223 will be admitted. Go ahead.
When a cell phone is seized like that, what happens to it from an investigative standpoint?
The cell phone at that point is either powered down or placed in a Faraday bag, so it cannot be tampered with remotely. And then subsequently, in this particular instance, since there was not a search warrant to seize and search the phone, detectives would have applied for a warrant based upon probable cause to search the cellular device. I'm looking for digital evidence.
So let's back up and just unpack that a little bit. You mentioned a Faraday bag. We may not all know what a Faraday bag is, so please describe that.
That actually is a device or a bag where we can put a device into that blocks any cellular waves. Signals.
So to prevent somebody from accessing it through cellular.
Correct.
Access points.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that there was not a search warrant yet obtained on this particular phone. Did somebody actually do that after the phone was seized?
Yes, I do believe it was done.
As it relates to this investigation, was that eventually submitted to somebody that can download the data from that particular phone?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And we've already had testimony on that from a different detective earlier. There were a number of searches of 6627 Mandan Drive. Can you tell the jury why there were such a number of searches in this particular case?
In general reasons, please remember that when this investigation began, the investigation began as a runaway child. As we developed further information, we became more convinced that the runaway portion of this was inaccurate or a flat-out lie. We believe that now we were looking at either a missing person or some sort of criminality to this case. Each and every time that we connected and searched the residence on Mandan Drive was prompted by an additional piece of information that, as we were going through the investigation, we uncovered. As nice as it would be to have all the information up front, it's not always plausible. And in fact, we didn't even know if we had a child that was alive or not as we were moving through the investigation. There were suspicions, but it's not like it's a television show where we can complete it in 48 minutes.
Okay. So were you familiar with searches being conducted on January 27th when patrol does their initial walkthrough after the 911 call and the non-emergency call was made by the defendant?
Yes, that's a common thing by our patrol officers looking for a missing child or a runaway child.
And then subsequent searches occurring on January 28th, January 29th, February 3rd, February 5th, February 13th, February 21st, and February 28th.
Yes.
At some point, did it become apparent that foul play had occurred inside the house?
Yes, it did.
When do you remember when that was?
I believe that I mean we had suspicions because, again, without a body, we were not 100% certain initially, and then as we were looking and completing investigations, the leads took us in multiple directions. But all of our information from each individual search, we would gather a piece of evidence, take a look at it, and say, hey, there's something else going on here. So it led us back to the house. I believe on February 7th was the date that we applied for a warrant to actually seize the residence and hold the residence for 14 days the first time, and then we did a second warrant that held the residence for another 14 days because we were continuing to investigate, and every lead that we uncovered brought us back to a piece of that house.
So can you explain for the jury why there's the call for service on January 27th, and then that warrant to seize the residence occurs on February 7th, as you just testified to? Why that gap in time? Why wasn't it initially locked down the very first day?
I would each of the teams that went out again as the investigation was unfolding. The teams initially went out looking for a runaway child. Then there was concern that the child was missing, endangered, that there may be foul play involved, and so every time that we went out, there were different pieces of evidence that we were looking for. Right around February 5th, if I'm not mistaken, there was indication that there was blood staining that was within the bedroom of Gannon, and that we actually conducted a blood stain pattern analysis on that date. On the 7th, we seized and locked down the house because we kept finding that with additional interviews, with items of evidence that were being processed, which ended up becoming voluminous, that this residence needed to be locked down and held.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so.
Now it's fine if you'd like, Judge.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess until 10:45. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at that point in time, we should be able to start right on time. Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. With that, we'll see you back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please.
That is a fabulous bow tie, Your Honor. It's just, you're rocking it. I think he's got a light blue shirt on as well. I think he's got a light blue shirt. And let's see. Don't think there's any business to conduct outside the presence of the jury, so we'll just go straight to break. Did they say, 15 minutes? Ivan's.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Commander, if you want to step down, you can go ahead and do so. Court will be at recess until 10:45.
All rise.
Okay, there we go. Cameras are off. All right. So for those that aren't able to watch, Letecia initially she began the day showing a lot of interest in following the questioning and the evidence that was being presented. But towards the later part, she seemed very disinterested. The hair fort has been in full play. She was playing with her hands quite a bit on her face. She still is touching her face quite a bit, and she's just sort of continued that. I haven't seen any blatant. A couple people said they caught some finger moments, but it would have been very quick. I saw one that just seemed like in passing as she glanced up at the clock, which she has done a couple times. Apparently, this is going a little slow for her. She'd like it to pick up the pace. So that's her current state of where she is. Her attorneys are reclining in their chairs, and she cannot. So both sides of her, they're rocking back and forth, and she is stuck in the timeout chair. Why do the police never do a good job controlling the crime scene? I'm a puzzlement. The problem is that that controlling the crime scene is an after the fact. Somebody's opening and shutting my door a million times. After the fact, you know the full scale of the crime scene, but until it's all been investigated and documented, you don't know exactly where the boundaries are. So a lot of times they will think a specific area is the area of interest, and they'll be walking through another area that turns out to also be an area of interest. So this is why they'll often lock down a large area. I need my water. Hang on. They'll often have a very large area they'll lock off and control. But hindsight's 20/20. Someone is asking, do they always medicate defendants before trial? And I would say that the majority of the time would be no. The only time that would be different is if someone needed medication that was prescribed because of a mental condition or a physical ailment of some sort, and then they would have that. But they would not have a defendant medicated so that they can't help in their own defense, to sedate them or something else and have court proceed that way. I don't think they would. I haven't heard of that happening. Can the judge see? Yes, he certainly can, Lisa. He has a direct view. He also has a direct view of the monitor, and he has been paying attention. They screwed up and should have looked through the house. I'm a puzzlement. The way things went, at first the police trusted her. They thought they were dealing with a runaway, and their initial search of the house was the type of search they would do with a runaway. Obviously, they would do a much more thorough search if there was a suspicion that a child had been killed in the house and the body was being hidden somewhere. That would have been much more thorough. But based on what they have the right to do and what information they have in the incident so far, this was just like a kid's off playing with a friend. He's got his Switch with him. He's off, doing what he likes to do, and he's, mad at his mom, and we're just going to find out which friend he ran to, and he'll be back in an hour or two. So that was about the approach they took. Hindsight, yeah, it would have been great had they, gone through and looked at the mattress, look at the wall, look under, moved things around in the room, and done a more thorough search that way. Let's see. Michael Greeley, it seems the seizure wasn't legal at first. I had my wife actually came back and I missed a part of that conversation. Are you talking about the cell phone seizure? When she was at the courthouse? Because once she's being detained, they have some rights when you're being detained to secure items in your immediate presence or on your person while you're being detained or arrested. And she was being detained for filing a false report at the police station. So if that phone part, they didn't have the right to go into the phone, that required a warrant to do that. Ivan says, I've noticed the more damning the testimony, the less interested Letecia tries to act. Her level of disrespect goes up when the testimony can't be challenged. There's a correlation there, Ivan. Thanks for catching that. She's up to something. Sybil, someone was saying earlier that her behavior here in court seems to match the behavior right before she attacked the officer next to her on the transport from South Carolina back to Colorado. It's hard to tell because she did sort of have like a blank expression on before she did that, and we have seen that same sort of behavior. But it seems, we've seen a lot of that blank expression with her not doing anything other than flipping people off. At what point? Let's see. Rachel L says, do they need to prove sanity other than only at the time of the murder or for the duration of all the crimes, including tampering with the body and evidence? I believe they're trying to prove sanity during the time period of these crimes being committed. It would be very difficult for a defense to say, I was insane for the moment I was stabbing my son and shooting him, and then I'm sane again. That would be a very difficult defense. Of course, they don't have to prove that, but that's it. Doesn't stand to reason that I'm perfectly normal except for the time that I committed the crime, and that I'm not culpable for. That just doesn't stand to reason. So they're probably looking at the entire period of the time leading up to, during, and after the crime, and that will be looked at as a whole with her sanity level, just to see if her behavior within those periods matches sanity or matches insanity. Are the witnesses allowed to watch the trial? Yes or no? Julie, thanks for that. I'll answer directly because I can right now. I believe right now most of the witnesses are not. There are clearly some exceptions because Al, Gannon's dad, is in the courtroom and is watching. But a lot of the other witnesses the judge has expected, and we have seen, they come in from outside the courtroom and walk in. Will we be getting dueling psychiatrists at some point? Yes. Tiger Lily, the prosecution has 147, don't quote me on that, I think it's 147 witnesses on their list, or potential witnesses. We're in the early 40s in that count. I think we're around 43, 44 roughly. We don't know if they're going to go through all of them. Towards the end, we are going to have several expert witnesses that will talk about her mental her mental state, whether or not she's insane. We're going to have those from the prosecution. There will be some vigorous cross-examination from the defense on that. And then the defense, for their case, they've only listed one witness, one potential witness, and that is an expert witness that will testify that Letecia is insane. So they will be dueling experts. There probably will also be some rebuttal, if depending on what that one testimony brings up. But we'll see how that happens. Switch was never found. I thought, Mev, we heard that it was not found initially, but it was found later on in a search of the house. And I don't know if this is after they'd moved out or anything. I haven't heard exactly where it was found, but they do have it now. Initially, they did not have it, and they thought it was gone. It was not found in the suitcase with Gannon. She told them he did a Google search to see if he could be found by tracking his Nintendo Switch. Perfect setup for runaway. Yeah, a lot of setup going on, which also goes against her claim that she was insane. The Switch was not in the suitcase to my knowledge. I believe it was found somewhere in the house at some point after the fact. Possibly where the police, once they secured the crime scene, like we heard about, they realized this house was more of a crime scene and needed to secure it. That's why that's why Al was not staying there. That's why Letecia and Harley were not staying there, and Lena as well. Let's see. I don't think it was ever found. I could not find anything that says it was found. I heard testimony that was found. We saw a picture of it, like an evidence picture of it. I may be wrong on that. If I am, please let me know. But I was pretty sure we heard the switch. It's hard because there were multiple switches. I think they had several in the house, so maybe I'm confusing the two. Is this a lunch break? This is a short break. We'll be back probably in about 7 minutes to court, Auntie. What is the legal definition of sanity or insanity they must prove? All Blue Roses, we covered a little bit. There's about a 3,400-page document in Colorado for the standard instructions for jurors. And within that, there's a section, I think it's on page 1257, if I remember correctly. Mr. Upper Torso sent me that link. I think that that page has to do with insanity and the rules that apply for the jury and insanity. It's not as clear-cut as you might think. It's not something they can just rely on and check the box and say, okay, I've done the math, and this means that she's insane, or this means she's sane. There's going to be some level. Each juror is going to have to look at it and decide for themselves if her behavior was sane or insane. But yesterday morning we covered that. If you want to go back and look at that, the live stream, the morning stream from yesterday, we have that document. Probably about half an hour in, I think, half an hour minute from the start. When she was arguing to go pro se, quoting song lyrics, fighting with another true crime channel, says Brooklyn. Okay, I'm surprised the female officer didn't speak about the fact that Letecia was sizing up her gun after she got hit. The officer mentioned briefly. I don't think we heard from the officer who actually got struck. We heard from the officer who was in the front passenger seat and participated in restraining her, but I don't think we heard from the one that got struck. I am hearing some weird noise and static on the line here, and I've got to figure out what's causing that here. It may be, maybe I have some wires crossed. I mean, literally, crossing wires causes electrical interference, so I have to check the routing of my wires to make sure there's not a problem. Switch was found in the house under a TV, says Sniper. Thank you. Was that Gannon's switch for sure, or was that one of the other children's switch? What is the huge book that the defense attorney looks through randomly? He's mentioned a couple. One of them was the DSM-5. I forget what it is. There's one that has to do specifically with mental illness and diagnosing it. He's been looking through that, and he obviously also has legal books that cover the law in and various intricacies of it at his disposal. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they have to unanimously vote that she was insane, right? Yes, you do need a unanimous decision in this. Unlike the Gwyneth Paltrow case we covered in Utah previously, that was a civil trial where it only needed like a 75% vote. It was less than 100%. But this needs a unanimous jury with whatever their verdict is. Otherwise, they'll be hung. I think you have squeaky mice in the wires. We'll find them. We need an electronic cat to sniff them out. Thought it was under the sofa about the switch. It sounds like it's probably related to my cell phone, obviously, or honestly. I might have a poor connection, and I think it might be... It's too much information, but it might have to do with how many devices are charging off a certain USB power cord that's also going in through the audio system on my phone. So we'll see. Well, I've unplugged it. We'll see if that gets any better. She must have a lot of credit cards and money to pay for everything. Gail, we know that she took out about $6,000 out of her and Al's, or maybe just Al's account, and was using that cash to sort of fund her trip across the country and stay in the hotels and everything. Yeah, Carol, we've got some disputed information there. I'm not sure what the right answer is. You may be absolutely correct, and I could be leading you wrong. We'll have to dig into that a little bit. J512 says, Al found the switch when moving out. Confirmed it was Gannon's. That's probably the best. I don't remember in testimony exactly who was testifying about the switch, but I do think they have it now, but I don't think it was in the suitcase. Was last photo of Gannon where Harley last saw him? Mr. Hammersticks, from Harley's testimony yesterday, I believe she said, I think I looked into the room because the mom said, hey, let's go downstairs and say goodnight to Gannon, which she's like, we've never done that before. They went downstairs and she's like, good night, Gannon, and looked in, and she thinks that she saw his head. And she also thinks that earlier, at some point during the day, the mom had said something about, are you okay? And he nodded while he was laying in bed, or made some sort of motion. Is the defendant chemically restrained? No. Okay. No wonder my radio doesn't work when cords are crossed. Sorry, Vinny's mom. You need cords that are shielded. That helps. She had to be seen to kill him and cover it up like she did. Don, that's what the prosecution is saying, and that's what they're trying to spell out for the jury. Let's see if they believe it. Julie loves a good duel. We'll see that with the experts towards the end of trial. Harley was done testifying yesterday, Ashley. She completed that. So we've had mostly, I believe, police officers today testifying, or law enforcement of some sort. Mrs. Brownstone says, I was part of a hung jury, 11-1, and us jurers were beyond frustrated with the one. Nobody likes a hung jury. Oh, wow, that's a holdout. Lindsay says, I have 7 homicide cases upcoming. So glad none of my victims are children, but unfortunately some of my clients or accused are. Lindsay, I'm sorry. That is not fun. If you're comfortable sharing, are you on the prosecution or defense side? We do have a couple people who work for the public defender's office, and obviously in criminal defense present here. Don't hear the buzzing anymore. It sounds better. I think it is tied to my phone. If I unplug the charger, I think that'll fix it, but I'll check the wiring. Carrie B, I have not heard this. This is a great question. The alarm company data for the fire, because the fire alarm went off. We heard Letecia's account saying that she had that it was saying fire, fire, fire. And you'd think that if you have an alarm system paid for by from a company that provides monitoring services, that at some point that monitoring service would indicate when the fire occurred. But I'm not sure if they had the hardware installed but not the data connection back to the monitoring or not. I know people do that. Sometimes they'll have a alarm system and then not pay for the service, thinking this is good enough. Do you know how a private attorney is assigned to a state case? Are they required by law to try cases like jurors, or required to serve? I believe in this case, these attorneys have been appointed, which means the judge assigns them to the case, and the judge would have to be the one that lets them off of the case. A lot like a public defender, but these ones are not quote-unquote public defenders. They have private practices, but they're paid for by the state. Yes, it was not the suitcase that just made you think. Oh, we've got court back here. Just 1 second. Video's coming back. Should have audio in a minute.
Stand to remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. And is there anything we need to take up at this point?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's go and bring adjournment.
Letecia's already yawning. That camera, if you watch when we first connect, as soon as they first turn it on, it zooms all the way out by default, and it does show the jury box. The judge did that early on in the trial, or someone running the cameras accidentally panned out and briefly showed the jury for a split second. So that tells you that the jury is sitting almost. If the prosecutor were to point exactly straight to his left, he would be pointed right at the jury box. That's how far back it goes. So it's almost back to the defense and the prosecution tables. They're getting paid hardly nothing. I think it's like $10 a day. Annie, she's been remarkably good, although she is pushing the line a little bit.
All rise for the jury, please.
There are the hand signals. She's starting to do those little stretches. And I think we saw a finger briefly.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. So where we had last left off, Commander Malhalka, was we were talking about the different searches of the 6627 Mandan Drive. Think you've testified that on February 7th is when the scene was officially locked down. I mean, what does that mean when you lock down a scene?
So at that point, detectives changed the locks on the residence. They disabled the garage door, so no one would be able to access the residence from the garage, and we secured the house that way.
How many homicide scenes have you responded to in your career, both as a detective and now as in leadership?
Quite a few. I can say well into the 30s or more.
Okay. In your experience as a detective and in command, if you have a homicide with no body, does that create some difficulties in an investigation?
Absolutely, it does.
In what way?
Oh, without a no body homicide, it's very difficult to present probable cause that a homicide occurred. And so for the investigators, it takes a lot more time and effort to show beyond or to show a magistrate that there is probable cause that the death of someone occurred.
Could there be a reasonable explanation that the person is just missing and not actually dead unless you have a body?
That is a possibility. So that's one of the hurdles in a no body homicide investigation that you have to overcome, because it could just be someone that was missing, period.
In your experience, both as a detective and then in command level, is there a lot of evidence that you can derive from a body that's had some violence carried out on it?
Yes, there's obviously physical evidence, the method of death, potentially a generalized timeline, and depending upon what evidence is found on scene, that could produce multiple leads.
When you respond out to a homicide scene and a body is still on scene, is it very typical to find bodily fluids on the scene?
It is distinctly possible, yes.
Like blood?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no for the court report.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Potentially body tissue even?
Yes.
Are those things helpful to drive where an investigation goes and how it develops?
Yes, it does help us with determining method, and dependent upon the scene, that evidence can also help lead us to potential directions and suspects.
Did you, in fact, ever go to 6627 Main Dam Drive yourself?
I did.
Did you see things inside that house that led you to believe, based on your training and experience, that something violent had occurred inside that home?
Yes, I did.
What were those things?
We saw blood patterning, blood stain patterning, blood staining within the room of Gannon Stauch.
When you say blood patterning, are you talking about blood stain pattern?
Yes.
Where was that generally located?
On a wall, and I don't remember which direction of the wall, but on a wall that was near where Gannon's bed was previously located.
Did you also have a chance to observe where blood had seeped through carpet and puddled onto the concrete underfloor?
Yes, I did.
Did it appear that there had been a fairly large amount of blood that had seeped through that and stained that floor?
Yes, it appeared that there was a significant event there.
Having that sort of seeping through and puddling, is that consistent with other murder scenes that you've been on?
Yes.
In an ideal world, if you know that a crime has been committed inside of a house, do you prefer to seize that and prevent people from going into a scene right at the very get-go?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because anyone moving in or out may inadvertently move evidence around or transfer pieces of evidence from one place to another.
So we've already talked about the phone call coming in on January 27th, and then the scene is not locked down until February 7th. So we're talking a number of days. Did you have concerns with that span of time from a command level and from your experience about that scene being compromised at all?
From the time as the investigation unfolded, I believe that the investigative teams were acting appropriately and searching for the evidence that was necessary. But as additional information came to light, that caused us to have to go back. So as of February 7th, we determined and realized that the scene itself needed to be locked down, which is what we did.
As this case developed and days after days rolled along, did it become less likely that Gannon was going to show up alive?
Yes.
Were you developing investigative leads that were acted on and evidence being found, like on the S-curve, like we heard from Lieutenant Sarkeesian?
Yes, and please remember, I mean, this was a team of investigators that was not only following leads that were generated with the defendant as a potential suspect, but we had hundreds, if not 1,000+ tips that detectives also had to vet and determine if there was direction that we needed to take on those as well.
During the pendency of the investigation phase of this particular case, were there daily meetings starting with the sheriff's office, and then did that evolve eventually to the FBI's building?
Yes, those meetings were sometimes once, sometimes twice per day.
Were a lot of people involved in those meetings?
The key investigators, again, at the same time, we still had investigators in the field, but the key investigators were there, and most of the information was disseminated that same day to the rest of the team. Yes.
And then was information that was passed along in those meetings acted on each day by different investigative teams, both locally and then eventually nationally?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier you had concerns about the defendant's behavior, and that sort of informed you as to why you wanted to seize her phone on January 29th. In your experience and training, was she cooperating with the investigation?
No.
Was she acting as a typical parent or step-parent would in a missing kid case?
Definitely not.
When we're talking about was she acting normal based on your training and experience, Did you have the opportunity to observe her at different times?
I did. Mainly during interview. And so during the interview on the 29th of January was the first time that I actually was able to observe the defendant. And then I did observe some of her interactions with media. And we were also very closely monitoring social media at the same time.
Okay, and so when I am asking you questions like, was she acting normal compared to other missing kid cases? Was she acting in a way that caused you any concern during the times that you could observe her, that she was not sane?
That she was not sane?
Right,
No.
that she was insane.
No.
Did it ever get anywhere close to that in the observation periods that you had of her?
No, what it appeared to me was, as the information developed, it appeared to me that the defendant was very cognizant of what was occurring and took specific steps, almost being methodical in misdirecting and redirecting investigative efforts.
Did those efforts, in fact, cause the investigation to be manipulated, especially early on, away from the crime scene?
Absolutely, yes.
You have just a moment, Your Honor. That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook.
Commander, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook, and I'm sure you can tell by now I represent Ms. Stauch. So this was originally a missing child, and or originally was a possible runaway, but then became a missing child. What day or what time was that where this switch took place from runaway to a missing child?
I couldn't give you the exact date and time. It would be within the first couple of days officially. It went from a runaway to a missing endangered.
And did you make that determination to?
I did.
Okay. Now, we watched several hours of Detective Bethel and the other detective interviewing Miss Stauch and saw the incident where the phone is seized by you, and we saw that on video. When you say she held it out, did you ask for the phone or did you just grab it from her?
I believe that I had asked her if that was her phone and if I could see it. She held it out slightly. I took control of it, and at that point, she clasped her hand around it, and I did physically take it from her.
Okay.
Yes.
And this was on January 29th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Sometime in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And this was at the just right across the street from the courthouse?
Yes, sir.
The command. What is that building referred to?
It's
the
called the
headquarters?
Office of the Sheriff, or commonly known as OTS. It's at 27 East Vermejo Avenue.
Okay. And during the interview, you had been watching some of this interview going on in a different room?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you had been doing some other things as well while the interview was going on?
Yes.
It looked like at one point you said in your report that you had been talking to Sergeant Rocky Hubble and doing some other things and would come back and look in and see what was going on. Would that be correct? A fair statement? Okay.
Generally, from a lieutenant level, that is something that, as I'm being briefed either by detectives or sergeants, I would be multitasking during an interview like that.
Okay. So, Gannon, just kind of a timeline as far as you know, January 27th, 2020, Gannon is reported missing or run away by Miss Stauch in the evening, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On the 28th of January of that year, Gannon's father comes back into town, and there is a meeting at a Starbucks in the evening between Miss Stauch and Al Stauch, Gannon's father.
I'm unclear as to the exact timeline on that, so I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine. But then the 29th, we've already talked about. That's when she went down and did the video recorded interview, and her phone was seized. And then on February the 7th is when the seizure of the home at Mandan Drive took place.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, from the 29th to the 7th, which is when she did the interview, to the 7th, that's about what, 8 or 9 days that went by between the seizure of the phone and the seizure of the house?
Have you done the math on that?
29, 30. I'm not very good at it, but I think 8 or 9 days.
Okay.
But would you say from the January 29th to February 7th, there's 8 or 9 days between the seizure of the phone at the police or the deputy's station where you took it from her to where the house at Mandan Drive was seized?
Yes, and multiple warrants executed at the house as well.
Okay. And you already told Mr. Allen, while it's important to have a crime scene or a possible crime scene locked down because evidence can disappear, it can be tainted, it can be destroyed, contaminated, all these other things. Is that correct?
There's a possibility of that, yes.
And that's why you seized the phone you testified to, because she could have destroyed the evidence, gotten rid of the phone, whatever. A lot of stuff could happen. And so that's why it was important, exigent circumstances, that you took this phone, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And ultimately, that's why you seized the house on February 7th, to keep evidence from leaving, disappearing, spoiling, whatever you want to call it.
Once it was determined that the house was a point that we kept coming back to, and realized that the investigative efforts were very complex and were ongoing and continuing, yes, that decision was made.
Okay. Now, on January 27th or 29th, I'm sorry, during the interview, you made a determination that there was exigent circumstances to take the phone, to seize it from Ms. Stauch, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also based that determination on the fact that she had really changed her story. And as Mr. Allen asked you, first story was diametrically opposed to what second story was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, you could have arrested her for attempt to influence a public servant, correct? Giving the vastly diametrically opposed stories to law enforcement.
Remember, at this point in time, we also had no body, and there was concern that there were additional leads coming in. So there was a possibility, that was a concern, yes.
Okay. Enough to where you were able to seize a phone of Ms. Stauch into the possible investigation of Gannon's disappearance.
Correct.
And I'm not talking about, charging her with murder at the time. I'm talking about attempt to influence the public servants. Sure. Why didn't you charge her then? You said in your report that we believed she was giving false information. I believed that this went into the calculus about making your decision of seizing the phone. Why didn't you just go ahead and charge her with something then and arrest her?
What would that have gained for the actual investigation into Gannon at that point?
Well, it would. I can't answer the questions.
Okay.
So, I mean, if that's just a rhetorical question for the jury. So,
more of a clarifying question as to where you're going with that. I would like to help you with that.
Well, Commander, there's information that after the 29th, but before the house was locked down on the February 7th, that Ms. Stauch and her family had arrived at the Mandan Drive house with a moving van and moved out of the residence, correct?
I don't remember the exact dates, but there was a timeline in there that they did move, yes.
It was between her interview on January 29th and but after that, but before the house was seized on February 7th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And also there's allegations and evidence that has come in that actually Miss Stauch, after January 29th, after the interview and the phone seizure, transported Gannon's body to Florida and dumped it in a swampy area. That happened after January 29th, but before February 7th, the house being seized, correct?
Not sure exactly when that occurred, but again, I would have to actually go back to reports to see the exact timeline. I apologize, I'm not able to give a more clear answer on that. If you're telling me that is what your understanding is, I could agree to that likely be the case.
If she had been arrested on January 29th at the police station when the phone was seized, then she would have been in custody and not had the opportunity the first week of February to dispose of Gannon's body in Florida, correct?
I can't make that determination, especially within our jurisdiction. A false reporting is actually a misdemeanor crime, which you would be served a summons, and so she would never been arrested and placed into custody. If there was enough information for a felony attempt to influence, that is a very low bond and generally something that people are out on extremely quickly.
But attempt to influence, this would have qualified, and it is a felony offense. And she could have had a bond set much higher if it was an attempt to influence as part of a high-profile murder investigation. You could have asked for a higher bond, correct?
Again, I believe that at this point in time, you're making an assumption that on January 29th, we were able to prove or have more than a suspicion that Gannon was murdered by his stepmother. So I think that's reaching.
All right. Can I have just a second, Your Honor?
You may go ahead.
I love the witness turning the tables on the lawyer. Like, where are you going with this?
Redirect.
So just to be clear, did you seize the defendant's phone?
I did.
I'm kidding. To make an arrest in a felony case, what do you have to have?
Probable cause.
What does probable cause mean?
Probable cause is a set of circumstances that would lead a reasonable magistrate or judge, or even to believe that a crime has occurred and the person that you're arresting committed that crime.
Can you arrest somebody on mere suspicion?
No.
Can you arrest somebody just because a child is missing?
No.
Did you have probable cause on January 29th to arrest the defendant?
No.
When a arrest warrant was issued in early March of 2020, is that when probable cause had been achieved and an arrest warrant issued?
Yes.
Did that unfortunately not prevent Gannon's remains from being transported from Colorado to Pensacola, Florida?
Unfortunately, it did not.
The fact that Gannon's remains were found 1,300 miles away from Colorado Springs, was that indicative of a very calculated move by whoever moved Gannon's remains from here to there?
I believe it was.
Requiring driving on lots of roads and following laws?
Absolutely, and ensuring that the transport of a human body was concealed extremely well from anyone who may have had contact with that person.
In the fact that, were you familiar with the location where Gannon's remains were ultimately found?
I wasn't personally familiar with it, but yes, I do know where it occurred.
Okay. The fact that his body was found thrown over the edge of a bridge, is that also indicative of somebody trying to hide valuable evidence in a homicide investigation?
Especially 1,300 miles from the reported missing location, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Commander Mahalo? All right, Commander, you may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I think what changed is they found the crime scene in the house.
Prosecution, call you next one, please.
Alyssa Beresford, Your Honor. Just put it right there.
Alyssa Beresford? Is that what I heard? Next witness. I'll go ahead and unpin this message. Diana, I do expect the defense to act a lot more, or have a lot more to.
Ma'am, would you step forward, please, and raise your right hand?
they'll be doing a lot more once they get.
You swear
to
affirm the testimony about in
sanity
this matter
part.
will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Go ahead and seat your witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
And Judge, just as a preliminary matter, before we get into Ms. Berryford's testimony, we have quite a number of photos that we're going to be admitting through her. It's basically 528 through 678. And to be efficient, I've asked defense if they will stipulate to admission of those items so that we can just jump into her testimony. So I would move for admission of 528 through that last number, which was
678.
678. Thank you.
Yes.
If these are graphic photos, we will not be showing them.
Exhibits 528 through 678 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And just before I get into the testimony, I want to put these photos up here on the.
That's fine. That's all of them.
There are some from a different witness in here, but those get really slippery in these sleeves if I take them out of here.
No, that's fine. Okay.
Let's see what.
Good morning. Good morning, ma'am. How are you doing?
Good morning. Well,
will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
my name is Alyssa Berrysford. B as in boy, E as in Edward, R-R-I-E, S as in Sam, F as in Frank, O-R-D.
Ms. Berrysford, what do you do for a living?
I am a senior crime scene investigator and the technical unit lead for the crime scene unit for the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
What does a senior crime scene investigator do?
A senior crime scene investigator has all of the same duties as a regular crime scene investigator, only we have the opportunity to also study and practice an additional forensic discipline.
What education do you have that allows you to do your job?
I have a bachelor's in chemistry with a criminalistics concentration from the Metropolitan State University of Denver. Upon being hired, I completed an internal training program where I was on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 6 months. During that time, I responded to everything: crime scenes, vehicles, autopsies, person processings, all with a qualified crime scene investigator. And in addition to that, I have had the opportunity to attend several training classes in topics like crime scene investigation, shooting incident documentation, and bloodstain pattern analysis.
Do you have any professional affiliations?
Yes, I am a member of several forensic associations, to include the International Association of Identification, otherwise known as the IAI, and the International Association for Bloodstain Pattern Analysts.
Do you also participate in continuing education to make sure you stay sharp and abreast of any new developments in technology or training?
I do.
Tell the jury about some of that stuff.
Over the last couple of years, I've had the opportunity to attend a couple of conferences put on by these associations. So I attended the International Association for Identification Conference, as well as the International Association for Bloodstain Pattern Analyst Conference, which is really a good opportunity for kind of a meeting of the minds, because a lot of people will bring research and new emerging technology and present it at these conferences.
Have you testified as a court qualified expert witness?
I have.
How many times?
20 times.
In what disciplines have you testified as an expert?
Crime scene investigation, crime scene processing, evidence collection, trajectory documentation, and bloodstain pattern analysis.
Okay. In what jurisdictions?
The fourth judicial.
So El Paso and have you also done Teller County or just El Paso County?
Just El Paso.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would move to qualify Ms. Berrysford as an expert witness in bloodstain pattern analysis pursuant to her qualifications.
Defense?
No objection.
Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
I want to lay some groundwork through you so that we have some understanding as to what we're talking about. Do you typically use Blue Star in your crime scene processing and development of bloodstain pattern analysis?
It's not used very often in bloodstain pattern analysis, but we do use it frequently when we have an indication that the bloodstains may have been cleaned up, because it is a search tool for those latent or hidden bloodstains.
Does latent just mean hidden?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Do you use low light photography when you're using Blue Star?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the phrase road mapping technique?
I am.
What does that mean?
Road mapping is a technique used to document bloodstains, especially when a bloodstain pattern analysis may be conducted later on down the line. What it entails is a lot of extra documentation. We're going to identify specific pattern types for those bloodstains, and then add in a lot more directionality and scales when we're doing the documentation itself.
When you say pattern types, what do we mean by that?
So bloodstain pattern analysis is based off of a series of different pattern types. And what I mean by that is different mechanisms can produce different appearing bloodstains. And based upon the appearance of those bloodstains, the size, shape, location, distribution, orientation, it can tell me different things about what may have caused those bloodstains to be deposited.
Okay. And so tell the jury about, I guess, some of those different types. For instance, a transfer blood stain. What does that mean?
So a transfer stain is going to be when a bloody object comes into contact with an object that does not have blood on it, therefore transferring that blood from one thing to another.
So if somebody had blood on their hand and touched a table and wiped it, would that be a transfer stain?
Correct.
What about expirated blood stain pattern?
So expiration refers to blood in an airway. It is indicative, or you can tell that it's expiration if there are air bubbles within the blood, if there is maybe a little bit of extra liquid to it, like spit, saliva, maybe nasal mucus. But you have to have an injury to the airway in order to classify it as an expiration stain.
So correct me in my terminology here, but if there's like an arterial bleed where blood is spurting, what kind of stain would that potentially cause?
That would be a spurt stain.
Okay, so tell the jury about that.
So arterial or arteries are very unique because they're very pressurized and they're very high volume of blood, which means that if an artery is nicked or severed, we're going to have a very high volume of blood that's ejected under pressure. So this is going to create a very unique blood stain. Typically, what we're seeing are very large circular or elliptical stains with a lot of volume in them.
If somebody has a heavily bleeding head wound and is laying, say, on the floor here, and it's seeping onto the floor, what kind of stain would that be?
Depending upon the surface of the floor, it would either be a blood pool where the blood is just flowing out and it's only gravity is acting upon it. Or if it's a porous surface like carpet, it's going to be a saturation stain. So if you think of, you've got a spill on your counter and you take a paper towel and wipe it up, and that liquid seeps into the paper towel, that's saturating the paper towel.
Can you have both a saturation stain and a pooling stain in one single event?
Yes.
Meaning that blood seeped, saturated through carpet and then seeped into a pool area.
Correct.
How useful is bloodstain pattern analysis in a criminal investigation?
Bloodstain pattern analysis is typically used when we don't know what happened. Because there's information that can be gained from bloodstain patterns, we typically employ it when we need to know what the story was, or if what our witnesses are telling us doesn't match up to what we're seeing on scene. Bloodstain pattern analysis can be used to determine what kind of mechanisms created the bloodstain patterns, maybe a sequence of events, or even the location of that blood source or injury within the scene.
What about, can you determine to some level the amount of energy used that caused a blood pattern to exist?
Not necessarily in degrees of velocity or force.
Okay. What are some limitations with bloodstain pattern analysis?
Well, we can only work with what we see in front of us. So if all of the bloodstain patterns aren't there, then we won't have the full the full picture and we won't be able to tell the full story. Some other limitations are mostly documentation, in the sense of if we don't have good photographs, if we don't have good diagramming, then for an analyst, it's going to be very difficult to try and go through all of that and make determinations. On top of that, depending upon what investigative question is trying to be answered, we may want DNA analysis to be done on those bloodstains so that we can link the pattern or mechanism with an individual.
When you are looking at a potential bloodstain pattern for analysis, can you sometimes see that there's been some effort to clean a particular area, potentially clean bloodstain patterns?
Yes.
What do you see when you're that tells you those types of things?
In most cases, it just doesn't make sense. But the blood itself, once it's dried, is actually very hard to clean up. It doesn't just wipe up very easily. And so that blood becomes more dilute, more transparent, lighter in color as you attempt to clean it up. And the well-defined edges of those bloodstain patterns start to blur. So that's an indication that it's been altered in some form.
If, say, we're talking about a wall and there's a high volume of blood on a wall, and then water or some cleaning agent is added to that blood stain, will that cause the blood stain to actually run down the wall?
It can.
Can it cause it to run behind light sockets or switches or anything like that?
Absolutely.
Can it cause it to eventually pool on a flat surface below that particular wall?
If enough liquid is applied, yes.
Can you actually sometimes see any wiping marks or what would appear to be wipe marks on blood stains?
You can, yes.
Are there any other things that can sort of go along those same ideas of indicative of cleaning a bloodstain pattern?
Not necessarily. That I think pretty much covers it.
And it wasn't a trick question. I just truly didn't know. You talked about in the limitations portion of it that if information is missing, does cleaning a blood scene remove information that would have been helpful if it had existed at the time that you show up?
Absolutely.
I want to talk specifically now about the case that you're here testifying on. How did you become involved in the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
I was initially requested to respond on February 3rd to the El Palmar Youth Sports Complex to investigate a potential clandestine grave.
So the El Palmar Youth Sports Complex down south, not too far from the sheriff's office, correct? I mean the jail, I should say.
Correct.
Is it typical to respond to those types of scenes if you don't know where a body might be?
Yes.
Did it turn out whether this clandestine grave was associated with this case or not associated?
It was not associated.
So how do you know that?
Because it ended up just being a pile of dirt.
Okay. And then what else did you do? Did you get a request to go out to the actual home on February 5th?
Yes.
What was the nature of that request?
I was requested to respond and document visible bloodstains that were found within the residence.
And what was the address of that residence?
6627 Mandan Drive.
Tell the jury, you don't just jump in and start going crazy, do you?
No.
So tell the jury what the process is when you first arrive at a scene like at this 6627 Mandan Drive.
Whenever we respond to process a scene, we are always going to get some sort of briefing from the detectives or law enforcement personnel present on scene. That's going to kind of give us some information, maybe what we're looking for. They have, at that point, hopefully conducted interviews, so there may be some critical pieces of information. Once we've gotten our briefing, we're going to conduct a walkthrough where all we're doing is getting our bearings, looking through the scene, kind of developing our plan of attack on how we're going to process the scene. After that, we're going to process the scene from the exterior, moving inwards, using the least intrusive methods and going more intrusive as we progress throughout the scene processing.
So when you say least intrusive to more intrusive, is that basically you start out with a wide aperture and then you really get tight focus as you start to get into specific things that are of importance.
In some cases, yes.
Okay.
Aperture is the wrong word
what
for
was
that,
the
I think.
focus of your processing on February 5th?
February 5th, I was solely focused on the southeast basement bedroom and the visible bloodstains located within.
And we've already got the photos up there and admitted, again, a big number of items, 528 through 678 in the binder sitting in front of you. Did you take all of those photos?
Probably.
Marie, didn't we already do that? Oh, wait, that was the murder trial. You can see why I got confused. We'll see what's on the schedule when those come up.
I think I could have saved us some time. Are those all photos taken of the scene that you processed on February 5th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Did the bloodstain pattern that you were examining on that particular day include 2 walls, baseboards, and floor area?
Yes.
Which general walls are we talking about for your processing on February 5th?
The south and the east walls in the southeast corner of the room.
Okay. Do you somehow label the different areas so that you can keep track of which areas you're talking about or taking photographs of to document them?
Yes.
How do you do that?
In this case, I chose to label all of the stains found on the walls under the identifier of A. So every stain was A1, A2, all the way up to 854. And then the baseboards had the identifier of B, and I had B1 through B5.
And then did you also, and so do you do that with a placard? Do you actually put a placard of placard A on certain surfaces, placard B on certain surfaces?
Yes.
Did you also have a placard C?
I did.
What was placard C?
Placard C was a potential blood stain that was located on the window screen in the room.
Okay. When you're processing a scene like this, is it typical that you might also take swabs of different samples?
Absolutely.
Why do you do that?
We will take swabs so that when we're documenting it, and if they're then later on down the line, we can say, hey, this stain was this person.
Okay. How do you do that swab process?
Depending upon the size of the stain, we're either going to use 1 or 2 basically Q-tips. We're going to wet it with distilled water and rub it against the surface to pick up the substance. We'll then package it in its own packaging, and it moves on down the line until it's submitted into evidence.
Those Q-tips that you're referencing, are they sealed before you use them?
Yes.
Why is that?
We want them to be sterile. That way we're not introducing any additional potential contamination.
And then once you get done collecting a swab, so you rub it on a particular surface or stain, do you seal them again so that they also can't be contaminated after the fact?
Yes.
Did you swab any particular areas in this particular case?
I did.
How many different swabs did you take?
I collected 10 swabs.
Did you use that same exact process you just described?
I did.
And then did you actually submit those into evidence for subsequent lab testing if necessary?
I did.
What were your impressions of this particular scene?
When I first walked in, I couldn't see any of the bloodstains. It wasn't until we got pretty close to the wall, and we were really, really looking for them that we found them. And after we had identified them, which it took about an hour and a half to go through and identify all of those tiny little bloodstains, it definitely was not a static event. There was something dynamic that happened there, more than just a single event within that room.
What do you mean by that?
I've been to crime scenes with a single gunshot wound that has no blood. I've been to crime scenes with a few stab wounds that have no blood. To have blood at that scale and of those types of patterns there has to be some movement within that scene. So some object with blood, whether it's the blood source itself, impact events, or a bloody object being swung, was present within that room.
Would it be helpful for you to explain what you're talking about, to put a particular photo up on the screen so the jury can see sort of what you're describing? And I'm going to rely on your expertise to tell me which one would be best to help describe what you just talked about.
Sure.
If these are just blood pictures, we are going to be showing those, just so you're aware. We're not going to be showing any autopsy photos of Gannon, but if these are blood spatter analysis,
Have we seen
will be showing
photographs of
those.
the wall prior to labels?
Not with labels, no.
Not with labels, okay. Let's go with People's Exhibit 540.
Okay. Give us just a minute to scroll through to that number. And permission to publish, Judge, as I see fit during the testimony of Ms. Beresford. Okay, so we've got 540 on the board behind you. You can either describe what you're looking at in the photo that's on the table in front of you, or if you want to point out things on this wall, use the pointer that should be up there in the witness stand somewhere.
Got it. Okay. So this photograph is an overall photograph of the bedroom after all of the stains have been identified. So you can see in this photograph, there's those little black rectangles. Those are each going to identify a minimum of one spatter stain. And by spatter stain, I mean a circular or elliptical stain that is produced by some external force being applied to liquid blood, whether that's on a surface or from an injury itself. So this kind of shows the magnitude of those spatter stains. It reached fairly far. We have a height of 5 to 6 feet tall, and it spanned on the, I believe that's the east wall, at least 6 feet down the wall. So this isn't just one area. There's some movement involved with this.
So let's dig into this photo just a little bit. There's the white on that, I'm sorry, the yellow that stretches through both walls on that south and then east wall as well.
Yes.
What is that yellow stuff there?
That is road mapping tape. So that is part of our road mapping documentation. And that allows a bloodstain pattern analyst to look at a stain, reference the scale tape, and say this stain was approximately 5 feet high.
Are all of the blood stains that you looked at for this particular case, with the exception of the window, all contained below and with inside of that yellow border road mapping tape?
There is one additional stain that is, if I may I stand?
Yeah, absolutely. Just make sure when you stand up, because you're away from the microphone, that the furthest juror can hear you.
So there is a stain that is just past the reaches of the scale tape, and it's going to be on the baseboard, kind of over here on the lower left-hand corner of the photograph.
And I'm going to have you stay there for just a moment. All of those white rectangular stickers, are those your evidence stickers that you placed that are below and inside of that yellow road mapping tape?
Yes.
What about the white things that we see above the road mapping tape?
Those are wall decorations that were there prior to my arrival.
So those have nothing to do with your analysis of this scene, correct? Okay. You mentioned the height and I'm going to use the word enormity. Did that surprise you for this particular scene?
It did.
Why?
At that point, we really had no indication of what the cause of death could be. So something like this is a lot more, for lack of a better word, violent than I expected to see.
Did this indicate to you that there had been a significant bloodletting that occurred in this bedroom?
Yes.
Did these stains lend themselves to one pattern? We talked about the other patterns earlier. Did these lend to one pattern, or were there multiple different patterns potentially?
So because of the cleaning that was involved, we really couldn't say that it was from a specific pattern. If you think of a photograph, which is made up of a lot of tiny little pixels, right? If you have all of the pixels together, you can see what the picture is and what it means. If you only have 50 pixels and they're randomly spread across a photograph, you're not going to be able to tell what may actually be in that photo.
Were there some of these blood stains that showed potentially different directionality?
Yes.
Can you show us a couple of examples of that, just so that we understand what you're talking about? And then again, just tell me which exhibit number would be best for you to point to for that.
Exhibit 572.
Okay, so let's publish 572. Okay, so we've got 572 displayed on the screen behind you. And again, if it's might be best to just stand up and point to different things so that the jury can see what it is you're talking about. What is it that we're looking at in 572?
So in this photograph, there are 3 or 4 tiny little spatter stains. So these are going to be this one here down at the bottom. We have 2 near the scale sticker and then 1 a little bit farther out. Now for spatter stains, especially elliptical spatter stains, we can usually tell directionality based off of what we call the tail. So as blood hits a surface, it's going to elongate, and then kind of what's left over is going to create what looks like a tail, and that's going to tell us the direction it was moving. In this specific photograph, we have a couple of different directionalities. So this lower stain is going to have a downward directionality. You can see it comes to a point there at the bottom of the stain. That's going to be the tail. This stain up here closest to the scale sticker has an upward directionality, and it's upward from left to right. And we can tell that by the tail that's at the upper corner of the stain.
When we have these types of photographs and blood stain patterns existing in a scene where there's different directionalities, what does that tell you as an expert in blood stain pattern analysis?
That tells me that there's probably more than one event that's happening to produce these stains.
Was there evidence in this particular scene that there had been efforts to clean up the blood staining that was on the walls and baseboard?
Yes.
Can you point us to some photographs in those photos that are in front of you that will help us understand what you mean by that?
Letecia's continuing to draw.
586.
Okay, so we're going to put 586 on the board behind you.
When it comes up on the screen, though. Then she goes back to drawing.
Okay, so just for orientation purposes, this is the power outlet that's lower, closer to the floor on that east wall in Gannon's bedroom.
Correct.
All right, so what are we looking at here that shows you there's some indication that cleaning had occurred in this bedroom?
So there's actually 2 things within this photograph. The first, we can see a visible blood stain right here in the center. The edges of this stain are very blurred, meaning it's not well defined. It's been altered in some way. So it's probably been cleaned. At the same time, we have this line here, kind of in between the socket and the sticker scale, that is a diluted blood stain. If you think of when you're moving your furniture after you've been walking around for a while and all of a sudden you realize how dirty your carpet is because you're looking at the nice clean carpet versus the dirty carpet, same theory. We have the section of wall that was covered by the plate that is clean, and the line that defines that diluted blood stain right next to it.
Is there also some potential blood staining sort of on that outlet in the screw area that would hold the plate on there in that picture as well?
There is.
Does that also potentially lead to a conclusion that cleaning had occurred?
Yes.
Okay. The well, first of all, we can see texture of the wall here, correct?
Yes.
Is the walls, both the south and the east wall, similarly textured as what we see in people's 586?
Yes.
Were the majority of the blood spots or stains in the recesses of that wall texture?
That's hard to say. There actually was a fair amount of stains that were on the top of the surface, but there were some that were caught within the crevices.
Okay. Some point, did you go back out to this particular scene with a person by the name of Tom Griffin?
I did.
What was that for?
Mr. Griffin was doing a bloodstain pattern analysis on this case and wanted to examine the bloodstains further. So I went out to assist with his examination and any further documentation that he required.
Do you know whether or not he actually prepared and submitted an expert report in this case?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 679?
You may.
Show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 679. I'm going to rely on your intuition here. Can you tell what People's Exhibit 679 is?
Yes.
How can you tell that?
Based upon the barcode label that I prepared and attached to this packaging.
Is this an item that you actually seized or collected while you were out there on February 5th, I think it was?
No, this is not.
I'm sorry, what date was it that you collected that item?
I collected this on February 13th.
February 13th, thank you. Is this a sheet that was collected?
It is.
A sheet from where?
This was a bed sheet that was collected from the bedroom closet in the southeast basement bedroom.
Is this the same bedroom that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Why did you collect that sheet?
We were given an indication that there was shark print bed sheets, that we were missing the set, and so it was something that was important, and so we found the bed sheet within the laundry basket and collected it.
Subsequent to the time that you collected this item, has that bag or evidence collection bag been opened by somebody else?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Based upon the additional evidence seals, I can see that it's been opened a couple of times.
Okay. To know that the item that's inside that bag is the same item that you collected back on that date in February, would you need to open that bag?
Yes.
Okay. There are some plastic gloves to your right, and there should be scissors there as well.
It is. Going to my own gloves, because those are going to be extremely large.
Thank you. Sorry, since there's a pause, I'll say this. Thank you to everyone who's showing support for Gannon with emojis. Just be considerate. If you use a lot of emojis, it takes up a lot of space in chat and makes it difficult to read some of the messages. So if you could limit it to like 3 or 4 at a time, that might be a little easier to read. But thank you all. Thank you, Stephen.
Is that the bed sheet that you collected on that date?
Yes,
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition today as the day that you collected it?
it is.
And at this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 679.
Defense?
No objection.
Exhibit 679 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And so Was the purpose of collecting this item just to compare it to potentially other bedding that may be found at a later date, or what was the purpose?
That would be a question better asked for the detectives.
Okay.
I collected it for anything that needed to be done in the future.
Okay, so a detective just says, hey, get that, and you do it.
Yes.
Okay. Can I have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
One final thing. Did you find any shell casings in that bedroom?
No.
Did you find any knife or sharp objects that could have been used to stab somebody?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Hi, how are you?
Good.
I think we've met before several times in the last few months, so good to see you again. I just have a couple questions for you. So your testimony to Mr. Allen was that from the staining, the blood pattern, that you think that this was a very violent event?
Yes.
Okay. And actually that it was multiple events?
Correct.
What do you mean by multiple events? I think I know what you mean, but maybe the jury doesn't. What do you mean by that?
Multiple events could be multiple blunt force impacts. It could mean, in this case, different mechanisms. The bloodstains that we saw were indicative of everything from a gunshot wound to blunt force and sharp force injuries.
Multiple events could have been a shooting and multiple stab wounds with the knife. Okay. And also, in addition to being very violent, multiple events that the blood was coming from different directions.
Correct.
Just all coming from one way. It was,
yes.
You said you had the head and the tail facing one way, the head and the tail facing another way with another stain. So it was coming from everywhere.
From different directions, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect.
I don't think I have anything, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Beresford? All right. Looks like we have one. If you would retrieve that, Mr. Allen, and counsel approach, please.
Okay, we're going to switch to this view while they do that. Let's see. A question. Brooklyn said, let's see, who was that? My kid's personal Uber driver. Any lawyers in the chat I wonder why she didn't do an Alfred plea. I think she wanted to further torment the family. An Alfred plea is where the defendant says, you have enough evidence to convict me, but instead of pleading guilty to that, I'll plead guilty to a lesser charge. I don't know how that goes in Colorado. I was just looking that up. It says most Colorado state prosecutors will not plea bargain to an Alfred plea. If they do, most judges will not accept them. So probably just not something that's done a lot in Colorado. But that would be a plea bargain. Basically, it's lowering the sentence. She's pleading guilty to a lesser charge. Maybe she would plead guilty to manslaughter or something else. But in this case, I think they have enough evidence to convict her of the charge they're going for. So I don't believe they've offered her a plea at all.
Ms. Beresford, we're not sure if this is a question that is right for you or for a different witness, so I'm going to ask it. Does anything about the blood stain patterns at the crime scene suggest a chronological order of events?
So because a lot of information was cleaned away, we really couldn't, or I couldn't tell a chronological order for any of it.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question. Only prosecution.
Only just that the bloodstain patterns that you were seeing were consistent with all those different mechanisms, either a gunshot, a knife or sharp force, or blunt force?
Correct.
Or combination of any of those three?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you.
Ms. Beresford, you may step down. Thank you, ma'am.
These jurors have been so impressive with their questions, their insightful questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. If we can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1:30, we should be able to start right on time at that point. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
The girl sitting behind her, I believe, is a reporter. She's had a laptop there most of the time. It's not like a wedding where you sit on the side with your family, and it's not always that way. Al and Landon, when they're there, they have been on the other side closer to the prosecution, but I don't think it's required that way. Some days it's completely full, but that doesn't mean they're there supporting Letecia.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up at this point in time, prosecution?
The only thing, Judge, is that our next witness is gonna be that next bloodstain pattern analysis expert. So I'm gonna be referencing the same photos again, if I can just leave those up there.
I know where she gets it.
And that's all I think I have.
And I think I know the answer to this, but I want to ask with respect to the bed sheet, do we have any issues with respect to the other issues we have with other evidence in the case?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Anything from defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
Rise.
All right, as the judge heads out for lunch, we're going to get ready to do that as well. If you want to come back and join us, please click the subscribe button. We'd love to have you back here for the balance of the day. What was her lawyer doing, JM? I thought that was sort of funny. The lawyer had just applied hand sanitizer to his hands and had worked it in the background, and then he just did the whole waving thing to try to get them to air dry. It has generally hand sanitizer has an alcohol type component in it that rapidly evaporates with air movement. So I think that's what he was doing. It was sort of funny to see him doing that next to her, as she was also doing some gestures as well just moments before. Let's see. Many of the jury questions are directed at her involvement in the homicide. However, she has admitted involvement with her NGRI. Yeah, so she admits that, but the prosecution still has to prove guilt. I mean, they still have that burden, and they also now have to prove that she's sane. Is that my understanding? Or is that your understanding, Nicole? Sorry. Can they tell if it was recent blood or blood from months ago before the night in question? I don't know. Once it's dried, I don't know if there's anything they can do to say when it dried. It doesn't, I don't think they age it very well, but let's see. Okay. Never heard of a jury being able to ask questions, but it's amazing. These jury questions have been amazing. Carla Larson, this is as a result of a Supreme Court decision in Colorado. The Colorado Supreme Court ruled on some case that basically led to this being the outcome. And so jurors in Colorado are able to ask questions after the direct examination and cross-examination and redirect. The judge then turns to the jurors. The jurors submit the question in writing to the judge. Both the prosecution and defense get to review the questions and make any objections. Just make sure they're appropriate questions to be asked in the format and everything else. Then the judge then asks the witness directly the question for the jurors. And I love it. I love the insight it gives us into the jurors' minds. And the fact that they're paying close attention is great. Mary Kay, I did see a burner message just come in on that one. Thank you very much. Will the judge call her out today for her gestures? I think she's going to have to do something pretty blatant, Regina. And so far, I don't think she's quite crossed the line as far as the judge is concerned. He is watching her, and if he catches her flipping someone off, you can bet he's going to take action immediately. Maybe the jury questions are from one person. Yes, we could have one very inquisitive juror on there, but we have had as many as 4, I think, at the most, 4 questions for one witness. Some of them are better than others. Some of them are better suited for other witnesses as well. Let's see. Yes, if you do want to receive gifts on this channel, just go ahead and click this link and turn the setting to on. You have to tell YouTube that you're willing to accept gifts on the channel, or else they will not make you eligible for one. Let's see. Don't you got a break too? Yes, I'll be taking lunch here in a little bit. When are they coming back? I did not hear the time when they're coming back. Generally, it's been about an hour and a half. Let's see. It's I think we'll be back probably within an hour. Happy lunch, everyone. Thank you, Carrie B. Regarding blood and the time it was deposited, common sense. Tons of blood. Child who lived in the house found dead, full of holes. Yes, that it all connects. But I think the question were, I think they were trying to get at how can they tell how long the blood's been there. The juror specifically was asking, can you tell which order it happened? I mean, the blunt force trauma and the stabbing blood and the gunshot blood, can you see which one happened that way as far as which was first? And she said she wasn't able to because of, several conditions. They said 1:30. Okay, 1:30, which means we're going to be back at 1 Colorado time, which is 3 o'clock Eastern time. So we'll do that in an hour. Let's see. The judge has been quite fair in regards to behaviors. The one thing this judge does that actually does surprise me, Rain Dancer, is when there is an objection by one side, he offers solutions. He's like, oh yeah, I sustain that, but you might want to try this, and he gives them help. I've never seen a judge actively help one side or the other, and hopefully he's even across the board, so it's not presented as a bias for a reason for appeal. But I've never seen a judge be quite so, generous and like, I would allow, question B instead, if you could ask her this, so, it's just fun to watch. Every judge has his little idiosyncrasies and quirks. Wish I could have asked questions to witnesses in the Alex Murdaugh case. That would have been fun as well. Thank you, Eddie, and everyone else, the TX Mama Bear, everyone who told me 1:30, Buffy Bot, Julie, JM, all of you. There were more as well. Betsy, Lisa, Stiz. Thank you all. I always forget to pay attention to that point in the trial. The questions were good from the jury yesterday. I think they're really good questions for several days. You'd think the defense would point out that the blood could have been there from a prior renter. Yes, I think all the blood they tested, though, was Gannon's or a mixture of Gannon's and Letecia's. So I don't know. I know they didn't test everything. Some of the blood, those tiny spots that they test, well, I think once they do the luminol or the blue star on it, they actually can't test it for DNA. But what they did test for DNA all came back to either Gannon or Letecia, which would put them, in the time period that they were renting the house. Don't get into trouble in Colorado. Yeah, any state. I recommend not getting into trouble there. Why don't they accept YouTube questions? I'm a puzzleman. I'm with you on this one. Where do we send a petition? Some of you have some great questions. It would be wonderful to hear answered. Let's see. Savage Squad says, Judge Werner is amazing. He did my DVPPO. Plus, I sat on a jury in front of him. He is very fair. That's awesome. Retain him. Keep him around. Lady in Pink, weren't they the first family that lived in this house? I don't know. I know it was a rental. I don't know if there was someone before them. I think this was a fairly new community as far as construction went. So they could be the first people. They thoroughly cleaned those rentals each time they get them back and take pictures. They were the first family to live in it. If you could have asked any question to a witness in the Alex Murdaugh trial, what would you ask? Oh, man. I'd want Hensley. Was it Hensley back on the stand? He was my favorite. He was my favorite witness. Obviously, he's an attorney. He knows what he's doing. That was just fire. I just wanted that to go on. I wanted his testimony, that back and forth, the fact that he just completely owned the defense in every question. I'd want that to go on. So if I could extend that, I would just ask him more questions. I don't care what it is, just ask him more questions. Regina says, didn't LS admit to doing this? Yes and no, Regina. Yes, she's admitted to involvement because she has pled not guilty, she's pled not guilty by reason of insanity, which is basically like saying, yes, I did it, but I'm not culpable. So you get that, but it's still a not guilty plea. The state still has to prove two things now. First, that she is sane, and second, that she is guilty. So it's not the same as if she came out and gave a confession. and said, yes, I did it. Here's, I'm guilty type thing. It's a little bit different, a little tricky that way. I've never moved into a super clean rental. It's always just a clean, it's always like just enough, just cleaned enough before you moved in. Yay, landlords, says Dusty Den. They were definitely the first to move in the house. It was a developing new development, brand new house. The house was sold shortly after in July, and I believe people are living in it now. Is sled required to have beards? That would be my question. Oh man, so many. The sled was fun to watch in the Alex Murdaugh trial. It was Tinsley. Did I say it wrong? Tisney? I think I said Tinsley. Yeah, that was probably my favorite part of the Alex Murdaugh trial. Sounds like it was an active fight. Vicky, I believe he was probably medicated somewhat as well. So it wasn't, not just size-wise, but it was not a fair fight from the beginning. He was injured to begin with. There's evidence that there were drugs in his system with I believe, hydrocodone. It just, everything about it is just so sad and just infuriating. Can you imagine if the jurors had been permitted to ask questions in the Murdaugh and Anderson trials? That would have been awesome. Yeah, and look at Alex Murdaugh. They're not even allowed to keep notes, right? I think there was no notes in that trial. Okay. Love the juror question. Thank you, Debbie. We did hit 1,000 likes. That is awesome. We're gonna excuse everyone to go to lunch, and we're gonna come back again and do this again in the afternoon. If you liked it before, it just gets better in the afternoon. So please don't miss the second half. We're gonna have more of this. We're gonna keep an eye on Letecia as well to see if she's gonna comply with the judge's request to keep her hands down and her fingers to herself. Valerie said, I would ask Alex Murdaugh what were Paul's last words. I don't know if Alex Murdaugh. I believe Alex Murdaugh lies so much that he believes what he says. And so I don't believe you'd ever get that answer out of him. I think he's convinced himself that something else happened. Did you get cinnamon rolls? Casey Smith, I did not. I've begged for them, and I think possibly this week we might get cinnamon rolls, but not yet. What's for lunch? I do not know yet. I'm going to go scrounge in the kitchen. This court case puts me at a later schedule, so my kids eat lunch before I go and eat lunch. And that's disappointing a little bit, but it also means I have to fend for myself because lunch is all cleaned up after I go out there. All right, but speaking of lunch, now I am hungry, so we're going to go ahead and get ready to do that now. Thank you, everybody, for who has popped in new. Thank you to all the new members. I appreciate all the mods as well who have kept chat just humming and happy. It's awesome. Mark Tinsley was the attorney. I think you meant Kenny Kinsley, the crime scene investigator. Both were awesome. No, I meant the attorney. You're right, but thank you, Patty. Mark was awesome. We only heard him in voir dire, I think. It was outside the presence of the jury. I don't think the jury got to see him, but he was really good. I loved that part. All right, sandwiches. It's probably going to be sandwiches. Whatever's in the fridge, maybe some leftovers. All right, you guys, if you're not able to join us this afternoon, please, when you go home, hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. We'll be back at 3 o'clock Eastern time, which is just under an hour. We'll open up the chat room for you guys to talk before we go live in about 5 minutes. The first person in chat does win the internet, as is tradition. So if you'd like that to be you, please click the subscribe button, ring the bell, and just be the first person to talk in chat, and you could be the winner of the internet. I mean, where else can you get that? This is a great group. Thank you, Sheets. Thank you all for being here. It would not be the same without you. Have a great lunch. We'll see you after.